global economy is at a major inflection point. Many monetary and fiscal tools that were deployed for years are no longer fit for purpose. Governments are called upon to use the full range of monetary and fiscal levers, addressing growth and geopolitical challenges at the same time. The era of negative interest rates is a thing of the past. Decades of low inflation have been replaced by rising inflation, and supply bottlenecks are a growing concern. While these challenges might be temporary, reshoring, whether here or near, is spreading across many sectors. Wealth previously offshored is being onshored. For the financial sector, its clients, and the broader ecosystem, this is a brave new world of opportunities and risks. And that is before taking into account changing investor expectations, the accelerated development of new technologies, and new non-banking actors. With the right strategy, steering steadily through the turbulence, this can be a time of great opportunity for financial players and a great time for financial sector innovation to seize valuable opportunities. We know that regulations must catch up, and core financial infrastructure may need to change. Yet this is a time of great opportunities in Saudi Arabia for citizens and businesses in the kingdom, as well as for international players who want to be embedded in a highly dynamic and ambitious region and to engage with local and regional partners that define this vibrant economy. In the financial sector alone, areas as diverse as the fintech scene, the kingdom's deepening capital market, and the green economy of Saudi Arabia all demonstrate the depth and breadth of the Saudi economy and the role the Saudi financial sector is playing in the global economy. Following a successful series of financial sector talks in 2021 and 2022, Saudi Arabia is hosting the second edition of the Financial Sector Conference. We are doing this at the right moment for high-level discussions about new products, new entrants, and new roles for the incumbent that define the global, regional, and local financial scenes. With 3,000 participants, the Financial Sector Conference is one of the largest financial events in the Middle East, and it is a window into the future of the global financial sector and its ecosystem. Together, we will shape the constructive role the financial sector can play in guiding the global community through times of major economic change. Together, we will shape that future. Welcome to the Financial Sector Conference, and welcome to Riyadh.
Morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Welcome to Riyadh.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Jambo, dumelang le amokhetwe. Good morning and a very, very warm welcome, Excellencies, guests, colleagues, friends in the room, and wherever you may be joining us from in the world, to this second edition of the Financial Sector Conference here in Riyadh. It is an absolute pleasure to be back in this beautiful city once again. My name is Dumi Makhabo.
أهلا وسهلا بكم في النسخة الثانية من هذا المؤتمر.
To welcome you at the second edition of this conference. Today, we will have 2 days of this conference of side talks conference with the participation of distinguished panelists.
Since we were able to gather, and let's be honest, it looked a little bit different back in 2019, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes, and indeed over the next couple of days. But before we do any of that, I would just like to make a few housekeeping notes. If you look on the screen, well, a little bit earlier, you would have seen on the screen, if you know what a hashtag is, if you know your socials, or if you need your team to help you with your socials, the hashtag is FSC2023. And if I ask you to look down at your hands, my suspicion is that one of those has got a little bit of a device attached to it called a mobile phone. If I can ask that you please make sure that yours is on silent, please.
بما إنه اليومين اللي جاية إن شاء الله حتكون مليئة بالنقاشات والحوارات زي ما قلنا عشان تتابعوا آخر التحدث لمتابعة آخر التطورات.
So as long as the 2 days are extensive and busy days, hopefully you will put your mobile phones at silence and our team will be ready to help at any moment. And please look at the hashtag of the financial sector conference.
It really focused on integration between the financial sector itself as a whole and its various components. And the idea is that this year we'll pretty much follow up on that and grow the view. But we also recognize that the environment is quite different to what it was a couple of years ago. What we're seeing is increasing competition, right? Everything costs a little more, so rising costs are a challenge. We also know that there are increasing risks in the sector, and not just in the sector. I think globally there are increasing risks, and the global economy is facing such as well. And then there are those customers who, of course, want the financial sector to do more and to do it even better. Okay, that can sound a little bit like one needs to despair, but please don't, because of course over the next couple of days, the idea is that we will focus on those challenges, and really hopefully by the time we leave, we'll leave with some great ideas about how we can navigate the space for solutions, and also how we can move things forward and ensure that not only do we have stability in the financial sector, but that we also will certainly be seeing growth. So I'm certainly looking forward to that conversation over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much, my dear colleague. ضيوفنا الكرام أتمنى لكم إقامة سعيدة في الرياض وطبعاً لازم تزوروا
I wish you a very pleasant stay in Riyadh. Hopefully you will sightsee a lot of wonderful places in Riyadh.
But of course we need a more official welcome. So please put your hands very warmly together for our host, the Minister of well, one of our hosts, let's say, the Minister of Finance for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mohammed Al Jadaan.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace be upon you all.
Speaking in Arabic, so if you could please put your headsets. I'll give you about 10 seconds. I'm sure you will manage to put it on.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. Welcome and thank you for accepting our invitation to attend the second edition of the Financial Sector Conference, where we will discuss the best solutions to overcome present and the future challenges facing the global financial sector. The conference is being held this year as we have achieved remarkable results in line with our Saudi Vision 2030 development plan, which aims to establish a bright and sustainable future for our nation under the directives of the custodian of the two holy mosques and under direct supervision of His Highness the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister. The Kingdom's digital and traditional financial infrastructure have flourished and we have set ambitious goals to develop the financial sector. The key results achieved since the launch of the vision include Saudi Arabia has one of the fastest growing capital markets in the world, and our banking sector assets have grown 37% since 2019 last year, reaching over 3.6 trillion Saudi riyals. The number of fintech firms has expanded from 20 in 2019 to 147 in 2022. Saudi Arabia continues to be a strong and reliable partner for investors. 5 international financial institutions have joined our local primary dealers program. The Public Investment Fund completed its first ever international green bond issuance for $3 billion in October, and then another $0.5 billion last month as a source of success for the Saudi Arabia. And the National Development Fund last year injected nearly $4 billion to support local and international investors for projects in industry, energy, mining, and logistics. Importantly, our consumers and our workforce, the number of electronic payments in retail are now 57% of total transactions, and we have trained nearly about 40,000 ambitious and the productive finance sector workers, including fintech. Meanwhile, the number of SMEs has also nearly doubled since 2016, and the share of the bank financing going to SMEs reached 7.9%, and now 47% of SMEs are owned by Saudi women. And here I would like to express my pride in these statistics and in what Saudi women have achieved at high levels in many fields and sectors. Today, Saudi Arabia has strong economic and fiscal fundamentals. The inflation rate last year was 2.5%, one of the lowest among G20 members. Non-oil revenues covered 35% of expenditure in 2022, and GDP growth last year was 8.7%, supported by healthy non-oil GDP growth of which is the target of the Vision 2030, which is 5.4%. And the private sector employment of Saudi is the highest in our history, and the female participation rate is now 37%, and the consumption is strong, and home ownership has grown to a record 62%, while real estate lending quadrupled since 2018. In short, Saudi Arabia's transformation is well underway, and we are ready for take-off. And yet, to make it happen, we know we have to build productive and enduring partnership, including through foreign investment. Now, the investment, and now we focus about for those investments were results of Saudi privatization program, which now has a pipeline of over 200 projects in 17 target sectors, creating tremendous opportunities for investors. Meanwhile, our stock market and Tadawul is growing rapidly, with the kingdom ranking first in the stock market capitalization index and shareholders equity index, according to IMD's Capital Competitiveness Report. Distinguished guests, SVB offers lessons for regulators, investors, financial institutions, and our experience effective implementation of macro-prudential measures contributes to the resilience of the financial system against shocks of this kind. We see this clearly in Saudi markets, where regulators balance their vital role in regulating this sector, protecting fiscal stability, and supporting the growth of this important sector to help achieve the Vision 2030 targets. For the financial public sector, our goal is not just reform, and we have a number of excellences. They are partners of development and hosting you. For us, what we target is to reach a sustainable economy based on private sector that is both vibrant and diversified. Conclusion, I am confident that this conference will be an opportunity to build on experiences and share ideas to address a global economy which is full of challenges and opportunities, helping to make the global financial sector stronger, more influential, and resilient, to promote innovation and the private sector prosperity for the benefits of our people. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you so very much. And I think what's really wonderful is that we see inspiration, we hear about inspiration, and we certainly can appreciate the fact that not only is there talk happening here in Saudi Arabia, the minister was just telling us about how we've seen this growth in investments, in growth opportunities, in the stock exchange itself, and I think that's really what we're talking about over the next couple of days. We can't deny the fact that the sector overall is facing tremendous challenges. We also know that the global economy as a whole is facing tremendous challenges. And also, I think the landscape looks quite different, perhaps, to what we may have thought it would look like 5 years ago, maybe even 7 years ago. So challenges that we're grappling with, that we're facing, that we've been confronted with, are maybe some that we hadn't seen coming. But I think what's really encouraging about all of this is that we're having real and substantial conversations about solutions and leaving a gap or leaving space open for innovation, for creation, and for real solutions. I mentioned a little bit about the challenges, and that's the conversation that we're going to be having next. Strategic options in the financial sector in the context of the global economic situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to please put your hands together for Hadley Gamble, the anchor and senior international correspondent for CNBC.
Good morning, I should say. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be here with you once again at this year's Financial Summit. I want to now bring our guests on board because I think the quicker we get to this conversation, the better. His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jazan, the Saudi Finance Minister, if you could join me, sir, on stage, as well as Credit Suisse's Chairman Axel Lehman and State Street CEO Ronald O'Hanley. Gentlemen, please. Now, the title of this panel is The Strategic Options for the Financial Sector on the Backdrop of the Global Economic Situation. And that situation has changed quite a bit over the last couple of days. We've seen, I suppose one might see, the fragility of global markets, of the banking sector. And Your Excellency, I'd love to kick off on that topic specifically, because at this point, my understanding is that Saudi Arabia, since COVID, has pumped some $100 billion in investments in the United States. You have northwards of $1 trillion across treasuries and markets and other investments there. When you look at the fallout from the failure of SVB, what was your greatest concern there? Is it just the general fragility that we've seen, or the fact that the regulators were somehow missing this?
Thank you very much, Hadley, and again, welcome to everyone. I think this is what is happening in whether it is Silicon Valley Bank or others, is a clear warning to all of us that while it is very important that we embrace and sees the opportunities that the technologies can bring about, and the fact that regulators will need to do that. They need to make sure that they don't drop the ball.
Is that what happened here?
I would not say what happened here because it is too early. I think it is very easy in the hindsight for us to come and make these comments. But generally, I think it is a multiple failures. It is possibly a supervisory issue. It is an institutional issue. It is a concentration issue. It is people that, and I was talking to some of the colleagues here, that we could see this coming for some time. With the hikes and the interest rates, people should have seen this coming. It was very easy. And I was talking to some of the colleagues last night, and while some of the reports are saying that there are about $680 billion of losses that unrealized because of the interest rates, I think the number is quite more than that. I think there is about 2 trillion. Some reports are saying there are about $2 trillion of unrealized losses because people are holding to maturity, and if you mark to market, these losses will be realized, and that will cause serious mismatch. So what we should learn from this simply is we need to be watchful. We need to make sure that we don't even swing too bad, too extreme also, and be too conservative. Overreacting is also bad. But we need to make sure that we are watchful and continue to be dynamic in dealing with issues like this. And I think we need to react when something like this happens very quickly.
Yeah. Did they move fast enough in your mind?
I think they could have moved faster.
This is the president?
No, I think the general regulatory framework could have moved faster than what they have.
Axel, I want to bring you in on this in terms of your concerns about the contagion. How worried are you that we're going to see similar incidents?
And good morning, everybody. Look, I'm somewhat what His Excellency said. I think it's a warning signal what we have seen. There are some real facts behind it, but there's a lot of sentiment and concerns also spreading. When I look to what has happened, Silicon Valley Bank and subsequently others are mid-sized banks. They were not really subject to stringent regulation as we have in other parts of the world, as for example in Europe. They were not subject to the key Basel III requirements. These are only the large US banks that are subject to that. When you look to Europe or to Switzerland, I know very well, it's not only the group that is subject to Basel III, liquidity ratios, HQLA and other requirements, but even on the subsidiaries, like in the US, in the UK or somewhere else, we have exactly the same regimes that look much closer to, in particular, asset and liability matches, respectively, which matches that went wrong, as we have seen now with Silicon Valley Bank. So in this regard, I think it's somewhat local and contained, but obviously we saw early in the week, huge concerns spreading somewhat globally. I hope that the genie is going back into the bottle. We need to see what is real, but it's a warning signal. We all come out now of many, many years of, abundant monetary supply. We saw last year, everybody was shocked by the inflation that we have seen. Trust me, we'll come to that topic somewhere later on. And now, obviously, the whole discussion is, okay, what is now happening to interest rates in light to what we have seen in the US? So it shows, on one hand, fragility. On the other hand, we need to look also to fundamentals and, a lot what has happened in banking regulations when this is stringently implemented is definitely here to stabilize the system.
So fundamentals, and also the potential for more regulation coming down the pipe and what that should look like. But what about the mismanagement? When you look at something like SVB, Credit Suisse has had its own issues with management. Where are you in that journey, and what are the milestones in your mind for success?
Look, it's difficult for me to, to second guess, and obviously I read what I can read on Silicon Valley Bank, which had probably quite a one-sided, too much on one pillar built business model for a specific region in a specific sector, and they took definitely, that's what I understand, undue concentration risk. You can't compare it to, of course, you can read in the newspaper, we have issues as well, but on one hand, we already took the medicine. We said we are significantly de-risking the balance sheet. We are well on the way in this regard now for five months or even more. I think that's something that other banks are probably also going to consider. So in this regard, we are further along.
For you specifically at Credit Suisse, would you rule out some kind of government assistance in future?
That's not a topic. Look, we are regulated. We have a strong capital ratios, very strong balance sheet. We are all hands on deck, so that's not a topic whatsoever.
Ronald, we talked a bit about regulation. We talked about whether the regulators had moved quickly enough. His Excellency mentioned this. To your mind, how much does this have to do with what the Republicans in the United States are calling woke capitalism?
Well, Hadley, first of all, it's good to be here. I think this has nothing to do with woke capitalism. As His Excellency has implied, this was a combination of a shortfall in management and probably a shortfall in supervision. And the banking system needs both. You can't rely on one or the other. I do think you have a situation here of a bank that was quite extreme in the nature of its balance sheet. That doesn't mean it was wrong. It was just extreme. Regulation tends to be tailored around the average or the general. And this is where management and supervision needs to come in and say, yes, this is what the regulation says, but in this situation, it has nothing to do with diversity, equity, inclusion, or whatever else these politicians are citing.
And in terms of what this could mean for the implications toward a Fed rate hike, where are we going to be in your mind in a few days from now?
I think it's a real challenge for the Fed because the data in the U.S. shows that you have continued inflation, right? It's abating, but it's still growing. And then you've got a labor market that's very, very strong. And it's hard to see the risk right now of a recession when you have full employment. And I think the Fed, therefore, probably believes that it needs to do more. On the other hand, the Fed certainly has been very active in the last few days, and I suspect is weighing the need for more rate hikes versus, should we take a pause and let the situation play itself through? As Axel said, let the genie get back in the bottle. So I think it's very challenging at this point. I don't think they've made a decision. I suspect they'll make the decision on that day.
Yeah. Your Excellency, just to weigh in a bit more on that, you mentioned the word overreaction. How close are we in your mind to an overreaction to what we're seeing? Because obviously everything that happens in the United States doesn't stay in the United States. Saudi Arabia is pegged to the US dollar. And when you look at this region in particular, there are a lot of countries like Egypt, like Lebanon, who are hurting. And most folks say it's going to be up to the Gulf oil producers who have the money to save them.
I think there are a few things that will need to be considered. And we are living also in an era where social media plays a very important role in possibly causing panic and steering some of the sentiment. So that will need to be taken into consideration. But overall, I think there are a lot of fragility around, and one need to be very careful, whether it is in this region or in other regions. We have seen states in stress situations around the world. The latest numbers that there is about, 25% or so of countries that may have issues in the next 12 months, 18 months. We are working through the G20 under the common framework and others, and with Paris Club, to see what can we do to expedite the structure so that there is a clearer and predictable way of dealing with sovereign restructuring requirements. At the banking and the finance sector globally, I think balance is very important. And being prepared and ready is very critical. And acting very quickly when something happens to assure the markets is also very critical. I'm not worried at this stage, to be honest, at all, about whether it is Saudi or the region. But we need to be watchful. Spillovers are very easy to happen.
Yeah. What about, Axel, the contagion, just beyond what His Excellency is saying there? In your mind, who wins out of this situation? Do institutions get stronger? For example, the JP Morgans, the big banks, are they getting stronger as a result of this, as people look for safe places?
What I read, it seems to be the case that in particular in the US, some deposits get shifted to the larger banks that are perceived to be strong. So why are they perceived to be strong? That brings me back to the regulatory framework, because they are under a stringent regulatory framework, which for that mid-sized bank was not the case. So banks that are, and the regulation has done great progress, probably not, and more to come, I guess that was said. But banks that are strongly well regulated on the group and then also on the subsidiary level that need to comply with all the prudential metrics, they might slightly benefit in this situation. Also, I would not say that this is the seismic shift in, call it, power in financial services. I think more needs to happen, and I think underlying you can only grow your business when you have a sustainable business model, and this is something you build up over time and you will reap the fruits over time. So I would not read too much out of what we have seen just happening over the last 72 or even more hours.
Your Excellency, speaking of building a sustainable business model, obviously under the confines of Vision 2030, I've seen this growing over the last several years in everything that you're doing in terms of not just the financial sector, but also looking to create jobs across an array of different areas and sectors as well. I think it's important for the audience to hear specifically from you, what are the investables in Saudi Arabia today?
I think we have His Excellency Minister of Investment here, and he will speak later. And it will be good really to get his feedback directly. But I'll give you highlights. I think there are conventional sectors that have always been very strong. Financial sector is one of them. And it is going through even an evolution, including the central bank, and we have His Excellency the Governor here licensing 3 digital banks recently. There are new sectors, tourism, for example. The Minister of Tourism is here. Tourism is a very flourishing sector that is actually very promising. It is providing a lot of opportunities to investors, a lot of opportunities for job creation. But then there are multiple other sectors. There are entertainment, sports, there is the mining, and we have His Excellency is here, the Minister of Industry and Mining, where it is actually picking up quite nicely in double digits growth. You have seen that in the GDP growth and the sectors that are growing, some of them at 6, 7, 8, 9, some of them double digits growth. We are focused on what Vision 2030 is doing. We are focused on making sure that we invest and provide support to the private sector. We wanted really to not only reform, but actually transform the economy to a private sector-based economy that is vibrant, powerful, and resilient, and creates enough jobs for our youth.
It's fascinating because the conversation that you and I had just a few months ago on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos revolved around many things, but one of them was the question of what is the break-even price when it comes to oil and Saudi Arabia. And your answer to me was interesting because you said we no longer really have a break-even price. Is that correct?
It is correct. And there are 2 angles to this. One is, if you look at when we started Vision 2030, how much the non-oil revenues covers from our expenditure, it was about 10%. Today, it covers about 35%. That is huge change, which means basically our dependence on oil revenues becomes a lot less, and with time, it's even a lot less. Our aim is within the period to 2030 and beyond is that we don't even look at how much is the oil price. The oil revenues are very important for us because it is a catalyst for us to continue investing in our vision 2030 and beyond, but it should not be a question of stopping what we are doing just because oil prices are low. Our aim is to be a sustainable, predictable public investment and expenditure regardless of the oil price.
Yeah.
And we have the buffers, we have the reserves and we have the ability to manage that. And we have shown that through 2020 during COVID.
Axel.
And what I wanted to add is, when you ask in a prior question about opportunities, and I think what we really see, certainly after COVID, after last year, there are some fundamental shifts, and we are living today in a kind of a multipolar world that opens a huge set of new opportunities. Of course, you have on one side the US, Europe and the allies, and you have China and the allies. But, this is not a bipolar world, it's multipolar. You look to the development of India with huge growth on a smaller base, but with huge growth rates. You see the population very young and will exceed the China population. You see in China population is aging. We have all the discussion about the US, which will continue to be the key growth engine of the world. But you look to the Middle East, it's not only the energy center of that world, it's also a growth center of that world. You look to Latin America, countries like Brazil, they are somewhere in between, linking to the US, but also, be very much tied to what is happening in China. And partially, Europe is a little bit in a different spot, but Switzerland as well is somewhat looking to be connected in that world, but they are completely different political developments, completely underlying different economic environments, and these are the opportunities that we see emerging after 12, 15 years after the grand financial crisis. It's a multipolar world, big opportunities. Regionally, they will still be connected, the region but every region has a different pattern of growth and different visions, like the region here that is hosting that conference.
I do want to ask you about that. You mentioned China, you mentioned the geopolitical shifts. Obviously, there's been a move in Western governments to essentially take the frozen funds of Russian oligarchs and the Russian government and attempt in some way to use them either to help rebuild Ukraine or to fund Ukraine's war and effort against President Putin. Switzerland came out very recently and essentially said that that would be illegal. In your mind, was that the right decision on the part of the Swiss government? Or does one have to be careful to be swayed by politics?
I would never criticize my government, but I think it's the right decision. One thing that the Western world is taking pride is legal certainty. And now just to waive that is exactly what we need to protect. So whatever we can do in a legal possible system, yes, governments need to consider, but I would not go that far that I would suggest that we should break it in any way.
Ronald, when you look at Saudi Arabia today, obviously we're talking about the global factor here. A landmark agreement brokered by Beijing between Riyadh and Tehran. Does that make Saudi Arabia, in your mind, a safer bet for putting your money and investment?
I think that the simple fact that there is an agreement makes the world safer. So sure, there's a lot of concern that it happened with or without US knowledge and that it was China that brokered it. But the fact that there's an agreement, we're better off today than we were a week ago in terms of that. And what I would add to the conversation that was just going on in terms of the environment we're in, we've talked a lot about the prospects for growth in regions like the Middle East and India and places like that. It's also occurring, and I think what will be a better financial environment. The last 10 years with money, the cost of money was zero. That doesn't lead to good capital allocation decisions. And I think what we're seeing here, and I wouldn't want to overstate what we're seeing in SVP, we're seeing actually a correction from that zero cost of capital to something that's more reasonable. Yes. I think you'll see better allocation of capital going forward. I think we do have to look at Do we have the proper regulatory framework for banks and other financial institutions? Axel's right. I mean, what's happened in the US is there's a stratification. The 8 largest banks, of which State Street is one, are regulated at a very different level. The question for policymakers are, does that make sense? We love our banks in the US. We got 5,000 of them. And part of the challenge has been, how do you keep all 5,000 competitive, yet regulate them to the same level? And it may be that policymakers made the wrong decision there.
In your mind, is this going to be a major factor as we move toward an election cycle, or should it be in the United States?
It'll probably be, it'll be a major source of talk. Whether or not there'll be, real sound policy changes, we'll see. It'll be a lot of political chatter.
Yeah. Your Excellency, it's great to have you sitting right beside me, given the fact that we've seen this momentous news coming in the last few days. And I'm talking, of course, about this deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Now, the restoration of diplomatic relations, how quickly in your mind do you think we're going to see Saudi Arabia making significant investments and vice versa?
I would say very quickly, when people really stick to the principles of what was agreed. I think that could happen very quickly. Our aim, and I think this has been made very clear previously, even by our leadership, is to have a region that is stable, that is able to provide for its people and prosper. And there is no reason for that not to happen. I mean, Iran is our neighbor and have been and will continue to be for hundreds of years. So I don't see any issue that would prevent normalization of the relationship, cross-investments, etc., as long as we stick to agreements of really, respecting sovereign rights, not interfering in others' affairs, respecting United Nations Convention and others. So I don't see any really impediment
Any
on that
sectors in
happening.
particular that you
And
see?
I think without going into details, I think we recognize, and as the colleagues have said, we recognize clearly that for you to be able to focus on your economic development and focus on providing for the people in your country, and you need stability, and they need stability, both. And I think there are a lot of opportunities in Iran, and we provide a lot of opportunities for them as long as goodwill continues.
Yeah. You and I have spoken so often about China and whether or not Saudi Arabia could be a conduit between conversations in Washington and conversations in Beijing. Have the Americans taken you up on that?
I think this is a question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to answer.
I'm not
really.
picky.
But generally, I think we are and will continue to work in bridging that discussion and doing everything we can to facilitate it.
You're in constant contact with your folks in Beijing, and obviously that's happened over the last several days with this historic agreement. Tell me this, how do you gauge the Chinese recovery today? Because obviously we've heard from His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz about his thoughts on the implications for the oil market specifically, but how do you see this from a finance point of view?
I think so far, to me, so far so good. The early indications are promising that the reopening is moving as planned. The industrial output is positive. So we'll wait and see. But I think the early indications are actually positive that they are recovering and they are doing everything. I think the last decision they made yesterday was removing all obstacles against tourism visas. So hopefully that will even push it back.
Yeah. Ronald, I want to ask you specifically about what you see in Saudi Arabia today as the most investable sectors.
Well, the ministers named several of them. If you think what's going on here, we've talked about tourism, energy, renewable energy. Saudi Arabia has become a leader in the world. If you think about that, tourism, just the whole rise of the consumer economy, The fact that, and the minister alluded to this in his opening remarks, the fact that you're seeing more participation from women in the workforce, that will be a power for the economy for the foreseeable future. So we see an economy that's very strong to begin with, that's made a commitment to transition from fossil fuels to fossil fuels plus something else, powered by a workforce that's highly educated and seeing more and more participation. So you very seldom see that kind of an opportunity come up in the world. So there's lots of sectors to invest in. I think you'll see the wealth get distributed even more throughout the population. And it's a very attractive time to be here.
Yeah. To follow on to that, I've been covering the kingdom for about 15 years now, and obviously I've had a front row seat to the enormous change that's taken place here. To your mind, are we going to see less and less of the big banks coming to this part of the world looking for cash and more investments in Saudi Arabia specifically? Because it has been a journey. There is an arc. Where are we, in your mind, in that journey?
I think we're very much at the stage, I think what you're applying, which is there's a move towards how can banks and other financial institutions and just other institutions in general, how do we invest in this region and actually share in that prosperity, help propel it, but also to share in it. And I think you'll see that, I think you'll see a lot of that investment starting now and in the future.
Axel, we talked a little bit about Russia. We spoke briefly about China in terms of the regulations, and His Excellency pointed this out in terms of how difficult it is perhaps to strike the right balance between policy making and inhibiting investment, if you will. When you look at the state of Europe today, to your mind, is the EU getting it right when it comes to their policy?
I think Europe is in a very difficult and challenging place, particularly when I look to the mid and longer term outlook on one hand. On the other hand, it's also fair to say, when you look to the predictions 12 months ago where Europe will be with all the energy crisis, how they managed it, how they mastered it, Europe still has, plenty of top-notch companies that are leader in their respective sectors. So I would suggest we should also take quite a balanced view here. I think what is taking place today, and I was speaking to the multipolar world, is really, and Ron was making the point on interest rates. And look, we had now for 30 years declining interest rates, and we are at the point where we see that cost of capital will go up again. I think that's a key point. Cost of capital for every company was too low. Assets were mispriced in the overall market. Everything was basically for free money supply. So money starts to cost of capital will go up. So what has this to do with Europe? Of course, when cost of capital go up and you see huge expenditure needs that Europe and other regions are having, energy supply, security, probably corporate tax levels will raise globally, probably also in Europe. So that is a key item for the competitiveness of regions. How are the individual companies doing, but what is the corporate tax rate? A, and then B, as we are all fighting. Last year we had the shock of inflation. Now it's more the stickiness of the inflation rate, probably globally this year around 5%. So what do governance and what can companies do? Governance need to have, and it's basically going back to fundamentals when, money supply is not free anymore. So for governance, that means energy supply, making sure you have cheap, efficient energy supply in every country, A, and then B, labor and labor market reforms. That will be key themes, in particular for Europe, because Europe has structurally the highest energy prices and has probably structurally, with a few exceptions, like in Switzerland or maybe in the UK, the most rigid labor market. I think these are the big two topics that Europe needs to address going forward to really find its place in that rapidly changing global environment.
Yeah. And for your institution specifically, are you out of the woods yet? At what point do you consider yourself out of the woods?
Sorry, I didn't...
At what point do you consider yourself out of the woods?
Oh, no, we clearly said 23 and 24 are years for us to stabilize. I said we need to de-risk, and it's clear, we will go on a step-by-step, progress past. I think when you look, we have some pretty nice businesses that we are going to focus on, like the global wealth management business in Asia, here in this region, in Latin America. So we are very well positioned for growth, coming out of a very strong, Swiss Universal Bank, and we are de-risking the other parts. So I think the future is absolutely there. Everybody would see that. Fantastic assets that we have, but we need now to go through that transition, and that is definitely something that will be very focused on execution this year as we go into 24.
How do you win back the confidence, though, of investors and of regulators?
I think it's coming back through execution. When you are in a call it repositioning and turnaround, and I said, at Credit Suisse, this is really about the strategic and the cultural shift that we are driving. So we do it, on the back of a very strong balance sheet. We did the capital increase last year, so that will carry us through that. And then it's by step, by execution. I don't think it's coming through big announcement. I think it's coming through execution and getting things done.
Gentlemen, just before I let you go, I'd like to quickly run through what you foresee. Granted, it's difficult in this kind of environment, but what you would say could potentially be the greatest challenge to growth this year, Your Excellency?
I think predictability and this difficult surprises that are coming across. But it depends also on the region. I think the world today is moving from looking at it in a total way into a regional way. Possibly there are certain regions that are actually booming, continuing to accelerate. This region is one of them, possibly India and a few other places. There are regions that are stable, but there are regions that are quite facing difficulties. So you cannot say one size fits all, to be honest.
Yeah. Is Egypt an area of deep concern to you?
I think Egypt has a great potential. They have the demography, they have the resources, they have the ability, they have the brains. They may face some difficulty, but I think they have what it takes to be a great nation, a great country, a great economy.
Will Saudi Arabia put money behind that?
We have already, we walked the talk a long time ago, so it's not new. His Excellency is here. He will speak for himself, but I can tell you we walked the talk. It's not that we are just saying it.
Ronald?
I'd say there's two things, two challenges to growth. One is the geopolitical unknowns. We really don't know how the Russia-Ukraine conflict's going to play out. The issues with China, between China and the US, China and Europe. So there could be some surprises there. And then secondly, again, I go back to what I said earlier. You've had 10 plus years of money costing nothing. Now it costs something. Memories are short. Were excesses built into the system. Those excesses will take time to play out, and there probably will be other surprises. We had one last week. There could be others in places that we just don't know.
Recalibration, perhaps. Mm-hmm. Axel?
Well, what could I add? Definitely geopolitics, I don't need to go into. I would also say not to underestimate, we didn't talk about it, is social tensions, even in the Western world. We talked about interest rate, inflation. We talked about diverge between some really middle-class people that struggle to feed their kids at the end of the month. You look to countries like UK, but also other countries. So combine that with the broader macro picture, there's maybe something we should all be very aware, not really concerned, but we need to watch that closely, and that's a key job of politics to make sure that this is not happening.
Good luck to them. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you. I'm so glad I got you.
Thank you very much, Hadley. Can I please have another round of applause for Hadley and her panel? Thank you. So yes, I think certainly from that conversation we can appreciate, once again, as I mentioned earlier, that there are some challenges that we need to grapple with, whether it be social changes, whether it be interest issues, and broader risks that come on the financial sector, and of course the global economy as a whole. But the reality of the matter is that we're doing pretty well when it comes to trying to stabilize in certain parts of the world. Others have certainly got a lot more challenge, if I can put it that way. So our next conversation really tries to look ahead a little bit more, talking specifically about investments for tomorrow. As many of you will know, Saudi Arabia has tremendous ambitions. Many of them are housed in Vision 2030. In order to make any kind of vision happen, you need a plan of action. You need to know what you need to do, how you need to do it, and of course, who is going to be doing that work. And that's where the vision realization programs fit into the picture. And during our next conversation, we're not going to look at all 13 sectors that fall into the vision realization set of programs, but we're going to pick a few which I believe, and which I think the panelists will agree, will help when one is looking at investments for tomorrow. So, without any further ado, I'm going to ask you all to put a very, very warm welcome together for the following. His Excellency Khalid Al Faleh, the Minister of Investments of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Enoch Godongwana, the Minister of Finance in the Republic of South Africa. Todd Leland, the President of Goldman Sachs International in the United States. Jim DeMar, the President of Global Markets of Bank of America in the United States. And last but most certainly not least, Alexandre Fleury, the Global Head of Markets at Société Générale in France. And yes, he insists that I call him Alex, and so I shall do. Gentlemen, to all of you, a very, very warm welcome.
How are you?
And please take your seats. I'm looking forward to this conversation, not just because I think the topics are on point, but I also think that we have a really good opportunity to try to look at where some of the opportunities lie, gentlemen. So, Excellency, may I begin with you?
Please.
Of course, the context that I gave to this conversation was what is happening in Saudi Arabia. What is it that you are looking for from the financial sector at this point?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tumi. Pleased to be here and delighted to see such a strong presence from international, domestic, and regional investors, especially from the financial sector. I think, first of all, if I can put the broader picture of what the kingdom is doing, as we already know, we're halfway in implementing Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is directionally going to triple the size of the economy in terms of scale. When we started 2016, GDP of Saudi Arabia was $650 billion, and the target is to leapfrog from 20 to 15 economy, and that translated to an estimated $1.7 trillion in the size of the GDP. I think more importantly for us, and that's where the vision realization programs we refer to, qualitatively, the economy in 2030 is going to look nothing like it did in 2016. It's going to be diverse. It's going to be, to a large degree, decoupled from its dependence on oil. Sectors that were underinvested, under-delivering for a G20 economy are going to grow by an order of magnitude in the meantime. When you translate that into investment and the participation of financial intermediation in the financial sector, you're talking, as we estimated, about $3.4 trillion of direct investment in each of the sectors of the Saudi economy. Obviously, we're going to continue to grow our energy sector, both oil, gas, and renewables. as well as the sectors which I mentioned were underinvested, under-delivering in terms of their contribution to GDP. I would just reassure everyone that we're ahead of schedule as we are today. Our economy has grown from 650, which I mentioned, to about 1.1 trillion by end of last year, and we have already jumped from 20 to 17, so we're well underway. Having said that, we're at all not complacent, and in fact, we're still working harder today than we did when we started, and there is incredible opportunities in each sectors of the economy where the financial sector is the lifeblood of any economy and of the global economy. And as mentioned in the previous panel, the financial sector has been looking at Saudi Arabia as a source of capital for the last many decades, since we discovered oil and since we started building an economy that is centered on our oil production and oil revenue. In the phase we're in, it's already started, but it's going to accelerate. The financial sector has to play its role of reversing that flow of capital. The kingdom today is one of the most attractive, but also one of the economies that has the right balance between risk and return, growth opportunities, profitable opportunities. And we're going to need to grow our capital markets, our debt markets, our direct lending, insurance, you name it. It is all open for stronger participation by the international financial sector. So we're expecting the financial community globally to be aware of what's happening, and them being present here today, other conferences that, like the FII or sector-specific conferences, have allowed us to reveal these opportunities. But as we look globally at the tremors and shocks that we see globally, and as the kingdom continues to rise in terms of its attractiveness, I would just hope that this conference and others allow us to attract more capital of different types from the global financial industry.
Yeah, I think everybody is certainly quite aware of the movements and the efforts that are being made in this part of the world, in Saudi Arabia in particular, and I think quite excited about it, because there's not just a verbal commitment, there's a real investment commitment from the leadership of Saudi Arabia in making sure that happens. Okay, full disclosure, I am South African, so my next speaker is from South Africa. But that's as far as it goes. He actually made sure that I wasn't going to indicate any favoritism. So, Minister, I'm not going to show you any favor. I know that you recently gave your budget speech, and in your budget speech, you mentioned that it was important to focus on how we can grow South Africa's economy. And looking specifically at growth-enhancing sectors, you highlighted energy and you highlighted transport. Anybody who's been watching what's happening in South Africa has been startled, frustrated, surprised, saddened. There are many adjectives that we can use to describe that. But can you talk to us a little bit about how you are looking at policy intervention and reform to make sure that we're not just talking about growth in South Africa, but we actually begin to see real, measurable, tangible growth for the country?
Let me start by stating the problem quickly in a minute, and then say what is it that we're trying to set and what is contained in the speech. South Africa, first and foremost, our energy is largely fossil fuel. 80% of our electricity is through fossil fuel. The direction of travel globally is towards low-carbon economies. And therefore, that presents quite an important opportunity to develop an investment plan which, effective over the next 5 years, will need about 1.5 trillion investment on renewables and clean technologies. So in that sense, we're beginning to say that's one of the areas that needs particular focus for us. And the second area which we've mentioned is logistics, which is a critical point. Again, there we've had a monopoly when now we're beginning to open that into private sector participation of a different kind, so that our logistics, including ports and so on, you have a competitive arrangement. That's one of the major focus. Let me conclude by saying we live in an environment, in a continent, whose major challenges on infrastructure are massive. And then the investment by the investment community will be critical in the sense that the World Bank suggested that, I think it was 2018, that on the African continent you need about 93 billion US dollars investment per annum, which present an opportunity for the private sector in that sense.
Many opportunities. Thank you, Your Excellency. Jim, we've heard from both excellencies about vigor and need for investment, how we attract. When anybody's on the outside looking in, what is it that they want to see?
Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here with everyone on the panel. I think when you really think about markets and investment, it's really a group of people making a decision to move something forward. So what do you need in those environments? You need confidence. And for confidence, you need transparency. You need a degree of efficiency, wanting to know the costs that are involved, how the money will move. And lastly, and this is broader for the markets, not specific to the direct investments, but liquidity. People need to know that the price that they're paying is a price that's the right price, as amorphous as that may sound. But I think when you really take a step back, the confidence, the transparency, the understanding of what the opportunity set is, and particularly I think today when you look across the globe in the opportunity sets, one of the things that is critically important is what does the economic growth look like and what is the support from the governments. You want to be in a place where you're welcomed and where you're viewed to be valuable in that partnership that needs to happen for this growth to occur. And I think when you think about the opportunities that we're discussing here, these are countries with growth, with opportunity, and where growth may be slowing in other parts of the world, this is an interesting place to have an impact and to be part of the growth.
Talking about impact, Alex, if I can come to you, certainly opportunities, growth, everybody wants to go where their investment is going to grow, they're going to get rewards, et cetera, et cetera. What is it specifically that can be a game changer, for lack of a better phrase, in a Saudi Arabian context that can be brought by investors who are looking for growth? I mean, we can talk about a conducive environment, but it also has to be beneficial for Saudi Arabia, whoever's going to come in and bring in that FDI.
Yeah, thank you. First, let me say that what's been happening with the Vision 2030 is nothing short of extraordinary. As His Excellency mentioned, the fact that we are ahead of schedule with a project of this magnitude is just a tremendous achievement. And we mentioned that the world is starting to notice, but probably the world has not noticed enough. And actually, that's why we're here today. And I think that's where we can help on our side as global banks, is to make the world notice more that Saudi Arabia in 2022 was the highest growing country in the G20, that Saudi Arabia is diversifying from an energy superpower to an economic superpower. So in a way, you're asking, what investors need to see and what it will bring to Saudi Arabia, but I think investors will have no choice soon to invest in Saudi Arabia, because as it grows more than the rest of the world, Saudi Arabia will become a bigger part of the world GDP. So the reality is that global investors will have to be part of this Vision 2030 plan. Now, if we look into a bit more details and things that we can improve, something that people might not know, for instance, that the local equity market is in the top 10 of the world in terms of market capitalization, which is also something that is not known enough by global investors. And maybe some of the things that we need to work together, for instance, to increase the liquidity on this market. And maybe look at some of the things that China, which is another growing and developing country in the world, has achieved in terms of creating liquidity in its local markets. So there are so many things that we can do, to accompany this Vision 2030 project.
Todd, when we were speaking in the green room just a few minutes ago, one of the things that we touched on was the fact that in as much as we can be excited by governments and environments like we see here in Saudi Arabia, the reality is that no one person or institution or organization or body can do any of this on its own, let alone Saudi Arabia, even if you look in the global context. It is about policy, it is about national governments, but it's also about the private sector and how the two can work together. You had a notion, you mentioned it briefly. I'd like you to expand a little bit on that, please.
Well, I think you just covered it to me.
No, but you have to say more.
Your Excellency, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Likewise, a privilege. I think you just said it well to me. We were discussing, and I think to give credit to the kingdom in the vision, but also the execution. We talked about what already has been achieved. I think the important thing, having just spent the last 5 years in Asia, running our business in Asia, the realization, if you look where China is today relative to what it was 15 years ago, it couldn't do it on its own. It had to have global participation to make that happen. The financial sector in China was not capable of funding at the level of funding that was required, so it needed a global community to do that. Firms like ours participated in supporting that effort, and I think that the wisdom of what's happening right now in the kingdom is that realization that relationships from South Africa to the United States, to Europe, to Asia, and we can talk about the various partnerships that are occurring, that needs to happen. I think the other thing His Excellency said, and also Jim made reference to, is the stability and confidence of investors that the policies are there, the regulations are coming, showing leaderships by the listings that have already occurred to open up markets, to create benchmark reference points for the world to look to having that liquidity and visibility into a marketplace. It's really been an extraordinary effort to already make that happen. But again, the realization that it cannot all happen just domestically. Yeah. In spite of the excess surplus that's coming from where oil prices are, the funding requirements are beyond perhaps the means of the domestic market. And therefore, to achieve that, it's going to require global participation. And even beyond just the pure financing of it, the connectivity and the importance of being part of a global community, I think, is something that's well understood in the kingdom. And I think the world is coming to understand that vision and that wisdom and wants to participate in that as well, because it presents tremendous opportunity for all of us globally.
It's like you were reading my mind. Thank you for that. Tremendous opportunity. The reality, whether we like it or not, is that we're seeing this global sense of turmoil when it comes to the economic sector, and it's driven by a number of factors, and even, one could argue, depending on which geographic location and geopolitical sensitivity there is, it varies. Jim, I'd like to hear a little bit from you about the notion of opportunity in the context of this turmoil. What is different about this moment, if anything, that has potential to mean that how we come out of it and how the next decade or so looks can mean tremendous growth in areas where we're seeing a little bit of struggle? We're not going to talk necessarily about the growth we're seeing in Saudi right now, but that's not the case across the world.
No, I think the way I think about it is that, you know, the trend has reversed from what has been from when I started in the industry 30 years ago. In some ways, which was lowering of interest rates, free flow of capital, free flow of goods, and that was a very deflationary environment. And geopolitical risk was on a declining trend. That's clearly changed, as you mentioned. You can look at that and say, well, you know, this is a horrible environment, and what should I do? It provides a great deal of opportunity. If you think about what's transpiring now, which is somewhat driven by geopolitical tensions, but also by a realization that a dependence on one source of supply for any good or input into your manufacturing or any other industry is incredibly dangerous. Dangerous because COVID happened and everybody realized the sensitivity. I don't think that that's going to result in a deglobalized world. In fact, I think this may be one of the more interesting times as reshoring and a moving of production broadly defined is expanding, combined with the other theme that we spend a lot of time discussing, a transition to a diversified world as far as energy, and where should the energy come from, and bringing more diversification. I think that's a subtlety that we've all mentioned in our own way, but diversification is incredibly important for strength in an economy. And I think, one of the interesting things, we had the pleasure last week of being in Paris, and His Excellency was on a panel with me, so I appreciate the reciprocation. Much smaller group than here, so I'm flattered to be here, but one of the questions that we asked were how many people had been to Saudi Arabia? Now, 3/4 of the hands went up. I jokingly said, but most of those visits are to bring in LPs, bring in investments for what those investors are trying to do globally. And I think it was educational for many to hear about what the opportunities are. So again, just bringing back that theme of direct investment, foreign direct investment. I mean, the US, as an example, has been the largest export of foreign direct investment. And it is important to have that. Back to Tim's point, you don't want to be just restricted in your growth by what your economy can deliver. You really want to take advantage of the fact that it is a large world and it is diversified economically as well as culturally, and how do you leverage that into your own ambitions?
It's interesting that you talk about the supply chain issue, because across the world, in so many instances where they're very reliant on specific commodities, there's a lot of stress being experienced currently around securing those supply chains and ensuring that you have some certainty over the next decade or so. Alex, can I have your views a little bit around how that in itself can also present tremendous opportunity for looking at how not just you partner with certain governments and states, but also how within the private sector we think differently around how we're managing those resources and bringing them to market?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say is that deglobalization is by nature inefficient and actually triggers inflation. And one thing to note is that inflation in Saudi Arabia was quite contained at 2%, which is quite an achievement, by the way. And so there's a limit to how much deglobalization you can do. We're discussing green energy, and there are some massive projects around green hydrogen in the country. You want this green hydrogen to be produced where you can produce green hydrogen, right? You don't want to produce hydrogen out of coal. It would make no sense. And that's where also there needs to be some globalization, and this flow of hydrogen has to be able to happen. So I think eventually public, the private, people will come to understanding that there's no alternative. You need to allow this flow of energy, you need to allow this flow of green energy to happen. Otherwise, the whole transition will not benefit the world. So definitely the geopolitical issues are complex, are quite acute nowadays. But again, the same way that investors will not have a choice to invest in Saudi, I think the various world leaders will have no choice to come to an agreement in order to allow this flow of capital, this flow of energy to happen, because that's what their population is asking for. The population is asking for green transition. So you can't say, okay, I'm not going to get hydrogen for such and such country because deglobalization. That would make no sense.
Hey, Tumi, if I could just interject, I'm sorry.
Todd, can you give me 1 second, because I know His Excellency wanted to say something before you, and then I'll come to you. Excellency, please go ahead.
I just want to build on what Alex said. On supply chain, you need a combination of where resources are available, as you mentioned, and the kingdom is endowed with, we estimate, about 1.5 trillion of resources in the ground, where, like South Africa, a country that's mineral rich, and many of them are critical materials, and as His Excellency Minister Jadaan said in his remarks, the mining sector is booming. But mineral resources alone don't do it. You need then to combine it with the energy, the right type of energy that is predictable, stable, and increasingly transition to a decarbonized energy. You need it in a location close to where it gets integrated in a global value chain, and that's where Europe and the region, and Saudi Arabia in particular, I think, provide a lot of the resilient solutions to the global supply. And then you need to also have it fueled by capital, which the kingdom has, and the financial community, as we talked already, sees the kingdom as a great destination, safe and predictable for their capital. And then the human resources that has been mentioned a number of times, where we're doing better than most in terms of developing, and our demography helps us in that aspect. That's why the kingdom launched our own global supply, not domestic, global supply chain resilience initiative last October by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, which aims to address these global stresses around global supply chain, critical material that also feeds into the energy transition that is taking place. Alex talked about us exporting hydrogen. We'll do that, both blue, green, any color hydrogen you want is available. But I think more importantly, embedding the decarbonized energy in materials that can then go into the manufacturing supply chain. That's what the kingdom can do, not only for ourselves, because it's going to address the diversification, the job creation, decoupling, but it also addresses a serious long-term global sustainability issue.
Todd?
I was just going to amplify the points I could on the importance of investing and what the kingdom has provided the opportunity, both through its own leadership, but also attracting partnerships. And I think if you look at the investment, for example, by PIF and basically in Lucid in bringing that manufacturing capability here, evidences the kind of partnerships that are being discussed. And again, if I reference China, discussions with Alibaba around data centers and warehousing facilities, discussions similarly with Amazon about such relationships. Those partnerships evidence awareness, once again, that the kingdom can't do it all on its own, and those relationships present opportunities globally. And so for firms like ours, it's the ability to have discussions with our global franchise, both on the investor but also on the corporate side, as to what's the opportunity to be here, to be present, to participate. There are not many economies in the world that are anticipating to be doubling every 5 years, or whatever the timetable may be, that will just present an openness and a stability for that growth to occur. There's not many like that.
No, there certainly aren't many like that at all. Minister Godongwana, if I can come back to you, one of the key things that you continually point out when you speak is this need to look at how we promote growth in a South African context. And one area that you emphasize is the question of infrastructure. So infrastructure doesn't fix itself, and it doesn't happen by itself. You need many entities, commodities, all kinds of things. What is your approach when you look at how, one, you need to develop that infrastructure in a way that is sustainable for the South African economy in particular? And what lesson can you learn, perhaps from the Saudi example, on how you can approach that in a way that you deliver what you need to, but also that you're attracting increased FDI, which is a common cry from the government about how do we get more of that foreign direct investment?
Can I start by just adding one?
As long as you answer my question, I don't mind where you start.
I will answer your question. On these global changes, it's not only the reversal of globalization, the geopolitical environment. There's also, which is becoming prominent even in the G20, is the issue of pandemic preparedness in the light and experiences of the COVID-19. And that thing is quite important, which may impact greatly. Coming to the infrastructure stuff, even there, before I take that point, if the supply chain are quite critical. If you look, now, South Africa, in terms of our trade with Russia and Ukraine, is about 5.4, okay? But what that means, when the war broke out, we affected massive expand. Even in that sense, South Africa is going to need massive investment by the private sector in order to unlock that infrastructure, both in rail, ports, and so on. So part of what we're talking about is a massive investment by the private sector. That's why we've issued a private sector participation by the private sector in rail and in ports.
Okay, this is always the worst part because I have to say this. We're nearly out of time. We're nearly out of time. And one thing that we cannot leave this conversation without talking a little bit about is ESG. Now, Your Excellency, when you spoke in your remarks just now, you pointed out exactly how looking at the green aspect of the economy and what it's going to require for us to green the global economy and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. So I'm going to start at the far end and work my way back before they start telling me to wrap, and work my way back about the import of ESG when it comes to, again, thinking differently about how we do economic growth in a global context in a way that's going to make it more sustainable. Your thoughts first, Todd?
I'm going to take an unusual approach because we tend to talk about the E. I think the governance component of it is super critical. That confidence in a market, the confidence in the governance structure around the investment opportunities, really critical. I think the Kingdom has shown, again, wisdom in how it's approached that governance component. That'll be a key part of the overall success.
Alex?
I would say the good news is that there is almost more demand from investors than there are projects to finance in the world globally today. So I think I'm very optimistic. ESG is an opportunity for growth, and an opportunity for a better planet.
The E, the S, and the G, or all three?
Probably all three.
Safe answer, Alex. That was very safe. Jim?
Yeah, I would just say, well, again, it's been a subtlety. I think the government's leadership, in particular with Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom's 2030 vision in driving it. Investors have a difficult time of navigating oftentimes themselves. They need to be led to an area, and not only were they led, but there are co-investments. There's a support of this transition. And without it, your investment can be viewed as considerably more risky than not. So I think it's critical to have this leadership and have the discussion where it's clear that this is important to us and we're here with you investing.
Excellency Godongwana?
Look, my sense is that all three are important.
Yes.
But the critical aspects, even to achieve that governance, you need a social compact. There must be some agreement between all the affected parties on what the approach should be and what the governance levels to be. To me, that's a critical component. If you expect government alone to be the one who leads, it becomes a problem, whereas the government has the expertise and the time to help in the evolution of the ESG.
Excellency, you get the last word.
Thank you very much. I think ESG, as intended, for the betterment of communities, local and global, is a great thing. And if we look at it objectively, pragmatically, and suitably for the country we're in, and the transition journey on environment.
Can I ask you to step a little bit this way? There we go. Where are we going? How are we going to get there? Exactly what it's going to take for us to get there?
Yes, it's phenomenal because one of the things that His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh was talking about is resilience, and it came up 2 or 3 times during your panel. I say it's much easier to be resilient when you come into a crisis mode with the banking sector in particular when you're running a budget surplus. So it's quite extraordinary that they're in the position to do so, partially because of Russia-Ukraine, but partially because they're less dependent on the oil and gas revenues than they would have been 10 years ago, 46%. So that's quite a different view. And then this pathway to create the new financial sector for Saudi Arabia, even the conversations we're going to be having about onshoring wealth here as opposed to having it invested in other parts of the world.
I think tremendous opportunity really underpins what you're saying, but I have to go and let you actually get on with your conversation.
I like our interstitial here.
We'll see you in a bit.
Femi Makabo, of course. And I would ask everybody to go ahead and take a seat because this is going to be one of the most important sessions of the Financial Sector Conference this year in 2023. I heard the first session from the bankers suggesting what Silicon Valley Bank means in terms of disruption to the sector. But what does it mean for global growth? What does it mean for the banking sector in the United States and in Europe in particular? I talked about the surplus that Saudi Arabia is running right now. And then we have to look at the medium and longer term challenges. And yes, we should not forget the impact Russia-Ukraine could have. Let's welcome our two guests. I don't think we could have had any better, to be honest, if you want to look at the macroeconomic outlook. Seth Carpenter is the Global Chief Economist for Morgan Stanley, and we have Dr. Ken Rogoff, the former Chief Economist for the International Monetary Fund, and now a Professor of Economics at Harvard University. Let's give them a warm welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ken. Have a seat. I'm not going to say this is speed dating, but we have 20 minutes and a lot of territory to cover. It was fascinating for those in the audience here because we had a conversation, if you will, via email of like, what are the things that we want to talk about? But we started that conversation before the challenge of Silicon Valley Bank. And both of you are very cognizant of shocks. And I think for our Saudi audience that perhaps doesn't know your backgrounds, you were at the US Federal Reserve for a number of years, US Treasury Department before moving into a Wall Street environment. Ken Rogoff was a global chief economist at the International Monetary Fund and one of the most respected economists still today with the analysis. So you've been in the hot seats is what I'm saying. What is going through the minds of the policymakers when you see the response to Silicon Valley Bank? How big is the bazooka in terms of response? And not to send panic through the financial system, but to get the policy touched just right. Do we think they have it right? Seth, you want to start there?
Yeah, I think that's a critical question, and the thoughts that are going through the policymakers' minds in Washington now, I suspect, span the breadth of the different official sector institutions. But when I think about the Federal Reserve, at my home for 15 years, I think they are trying very hard to figure out. I think the challenge really is, are we seeing just idiosyncratic strains from business models that are so concentrated? Sort of my baseline view, but we'll have to see. Or are we seeing now a broader reassessment in the financial sector, in the banking sector, for people just getting used to higher interest rates? With money market interest rates at 5%, that is just a far cry from the environment we've been in for the past 20 years. And I think lots of business models have been set up on the presumption of low interest rates, and we're just not in that world anymore.
Good. Ken, do you think it's systemic, Silicon Valley Bank, or something that's isolated to the mid-sized bank, and as Seth was saying, a heavy concentration on technology development?
Well, I think it's systemic in the sense, I don't think it's just the banking sector. In fact, I didn't know that the first thing to happen was going to be in the banking sector, whether, for example, we'd see emerging market default, even someplace like Japan run into trouble. When you have interest rates go up this fast, and nobody was thinking about it, we have a whole generation that's never seen inflation before, no idea that interest rates can go up. They do a lot of things. I mean, frankly, Silicon Valley had some very bright young people running it. They were good at tech, not so good at finance. They didn't really, know how to hedge. I think for the policymakers, the thing is, you want to have done enough, and so you don't want to do something and then another thing and another thing. But on the other hand, if you do too much, then when a problem comes up in some completely different place, not necessarily the banking sector, everybody's going to say, what a second, hands out for Wall Street, hand out for these rich Silicon Valley, and not for us? And I think that's going to be a real challenge going forward. They did a lot, in my opinion. They overshot, probably. I'm not saying I could have done better, but they erred on the side of not having to come in again.
Very interesting. So they're trying to send a signal and stop the bleeding. But is it a mid-sized bank problem is the real question here? Because we're seeing record withdrawals in the United States for anybody who has accounts, even though they're insured to $250,000 in America, 85,000 pounds in the UK. But the withdrawal, if you're not one of the top 5 banks, is quite severe. Do you want to cover that, Seth?
Yeah. So I think there are a few things. One, the most important thing to keep in mind is that the Fed raising interest rates, the Bank of England raising interest rates, the ECB raising interest rates, the very explicit intent of that policy was to tighten financial conditions in order to slow economies down to get rid of inflationary pressures. Now, I don't think the intent was to cause bank failures by any stretch of the imagination, but nevertheless, it's just inescapable that part of the outcome of tightening monetary policy is going to be raising funding costs for all sorts of financial institutions. So at least that part was intentional, and that is going to be felt across the sector. Will there be a reallocation across sectors? Absolutely, and we always see this with monetary policy, that the entire economy is not hit uniformly. There are different pockets. I think the real question is, are we going to see a fundamental change in the structure of the banking system? I'm a little bit skeptical there. There has been a lot of regulation put in place. Maybe there was a little bit of rolling back in 2018. But supervision of depository institutions, deposit-taking institutions, goes back many, many, many decades. And I think we will have renewed focus, we will have renewed vigor, but I don't think it spells a fundamental shift in how things are working.
Good. A lot of people in the financial markets are looking at the two-year bond and the severe drop in the yield. It was the biggest drop, in fact, since the financial crisis between 2007 and 2009. What is that indicating, Ken, in your view? And then what does the Federal Reserve do now? Do they fight inflation and remain vigorous because it's the highest we've seen since the 1980s? Or by the end of the year, they're cutting? And I think you can jump on that too, Seth. Go ahead, Ken.
Well, so I think interest rates are going to end up quite a bit higher the next decade than they were the last decade, say 2012 through 2021. There are two reasons. Inflation is not completely going away. It may gradually come down to something more tolerable, but I don't think it's going to get stamped out. That'll eventually get fed into interest rates. And second, we lived in this era of ultra-low real inflation-adjusted interest rates. You put those two things together, and I think even today, where the U.S. 10-year has fallen almost to 3.5, I think it's going to end up quite a bit higher at the end of this. Another thing to say is that in a period, I want to say, I think there's a sense in which the Silicon Valley Bank's a canary in the coal mine for the global economy. It's not just about the banking sector in the U.S. When you raise interest rates this much, there are different people played it differently. We all know people who were merrily making a fortune by borrowing heavily when the interest rates were low, and tech did really well for lots of reasons. And there's a spectrum, and it's good we have different, people with difference of opinion. But it's not surprising that when interest rates rise like this, a lot of people are going to get caught out. I think actually, to me, the surprise is there hasn't been more of this. I'm not saying the world's coming to an end, but I think this is the first of many things to come. The Fed and the ECB cannot raise interest rates, yeah, but inflation's there. So they don't have an easy choice. I think for the moment, they're going to continue a little slower pushing back against inflation.
Good. Can we see rate cutting by the end of the year?
I think that's a great question. So our view has swung actually relative to where the market consensus is over the past few weeks. We had thought there was going to be a slightly lower peak to the Fed funds rate, policy rates for the United States for a while. Now the market has shifted a great deal, as you noted. I think the move in the 2-year, though, that you cited is in fact two things. One, the market reassessing just how much the Fed can raise interest rates this month and perhaps in May. Our baseline, under the assumption that the disturbances to funding markets from Silicon Valley Bank and the others is contained, ends up going away. Under that baseline, we think a hike this month, another hike in May. But the other big part that has caused the 2-year to come down so much is that markets are now back to pricing policy rate cuts in calendar year 2023, and that for me is a really challenging.
You mean cuts?
Rate cuts, I'm sorry, exactly. Rate cuts in calendar year 2023. I think the only way to rationalize that, or the most likely way to rationalize that market view, is to think that there is some probability that we are seeing a broader phenomenon, more funding costs for banks as a result of pullback in the availability of credit, and then a much more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy than markets had been thinking before, than the Fed is thinking. Make no mistake about it, the U.S. economy is going to be slowing down. The Fed is trying to engineer that. Whether it happens with our forecast or not, the Fed will be pushing the economy slower to get inflation down. The same thing in Europe. And so I think the markets now are trying to price a range of outcomes. If we're right and the funding market pressures dissipate, then the market's going to have to reprice a little bit, because I think under that version of the world, the Fed is not cutting rates this year. And to Ken's point, it will take some effort and some time for inflation to come out of the system. We think it will happen, but we think it only happens because the Fed ends up holding interest rates higher than literally, I think, a generation of market participants has seen. So 5%, 5.25%, at least through the end of this year, into next year. And then when they do start to lower things, it will be only very gradually. That type of sustained higher interest rates causes that financial condition tightening that I think is what's part and parcel to the slowing of the economy.
Okay. So I just want to say, I don't think this is all about what the Federal Reserve wants. There's a global economy, and there's a question of, over the long run, what interest rate do they need to keep inflation low? And what I'm saying, by saying real interest rates are going to end up higher, it's going to be higher than it used to be. And I don't think markets have necessarily got their head wrapped around it. So, you know, in some sense, yeah, they're balancing short-term things, but they're also kind of looking for where they need to land on this. And at the same time, I said, I think this might be a canary in the coal mine, so more things will happen. And I think we may enter this period where, unlike in 2008, where there was financial crisis, but interest rates just collapsed, and so money was free, they could do whatever they wanted. That's not going to happen this time. Debt is way higher, defense spending higher, green spending, populism. So we're going to be living in this world where they want to guarantee everything, they want to spend a lot. That was the playbook in 2008. I don't think it's going to work. And
IMF World Bank meetings in the autumn, I thought the world was going to come to an end. I was here for the Future Investment Initiative. Everybody's like, oh my goodness. You didn't feel it in Saudi Arabia because they were growing 8.7% last year at the end of the day. But the rest of the world was so negative, particularly in the West, and concerns in Japan, of course. And then we come back and say, well, it's not so bad after all. And then you get a SVB, right? And we cannot discount Russia-Ukraine. You can't get complacent about Russia-Ukraine. So if you think of the supply chain challenges, Ken talked about the inflation, Russia-Ukraine is still there. The winter of 23, 24 could be quite radical. What worries you both today that we should be on high alert about?
Just about everything. Every corner of the world is truly remarkable right now. We're, as a house at Morgan Stanley, pretty optimistic about Asia. I will say the China reopening, it's sort of surprising. If we went back a week or more in time, every conversation would have been dominated by how much of an acceleration we're seeing in the Chinese economy. So we're pretty bullish China. We're actually reasonably bullish on Japan, India, and Saudi. It's Europe and the United States where I think the weakest growth is, and where the risks, at least to economic performance, are the highest. And here, I think the quandary that Ken alluded to for the Fed is how much do you raise rates in order to bring inflation down? But the historic problem for all central bankers is judging exactly how much you need to slow things down without causing a recession. I think that calculus has got harder. In Europe, it's doubly hard for the ECB because their inflationary pressures, especially for core inflation, have not peaked yet. 9 months from now, we're going to be going into another winter where, even though we dodged a bullet this winter with an unseasonably warm winter and as a result less demand for natural gas, there's no guarantees that's going to happen again. We don't yet know where the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is going, and with it, business confidence, business investment in Europe. And with the ECB so focused on headline inflation, I think they have a real risk of underperformance.
Well, it's good. You can't get complacent about Russia-Ukraine, Ken, but what did you put at the hotspot on your radar if you're mapping right now?
I mean, Russia-Ukraine certainly a huge, we haven't had a problem like that in a long time. I think this audience has all formed their opinions and priors about it. I think if there's something that's just, really changes things, it would be a change there. And I think that probably would be a piece of something else. I'm not bullish on China. I think I expect over the next decade, maybe this year, because they're coming from nowhere, but over the next decade, I expect China to have far lower growth than they did before. Their main go-to way of growing has been through investment, infrastructure, commercial and residential real estate, and it's running out. They're looking like Japan, building the bridges to nowhere, the old Soviet Union with their cements and steel factories. And yeah, they can shift into other things, but it's actually very hard, and not to mention the centralization of leadership, frictions in globalization. But other places I'd worry about are places vulnerable to this big generational change in interest rates. And my Japanese friends get upset at me when I say this, but I think Japan is a place to look at. They just don't think interest rates are ever going to go to zero. Oh, maybe they'll go to 0.5%. But historically, Japanese inflation-adjusted interest rates have actually lined up pretty well with other countries. They've just had really low inflation, so they've worked out that way. So that's something. And with everyone else having inflation and raising interest rates, the yen is sort of came off its worst of its depreciation, but it may not pass into inflation right away. I could talk about things like Japanese government debt, but it's really more if you're someplace where they've never had it. 2 generations of investors in Japan don't know what inflation and high interest rates are. There are going to be huge problems buried there when they hit.
But if I can jump in though, Ken, so one other notable lack in this conversation, which I think is remarkable if we went to the history of business cycles, is the vulnerability of EM economies to sharply higher real rates from the US and other developed market economies. So the vulnerabilities we've talked about, the US, SVB Bank, and maybe more broadly, the Europe, partly from Russia, Ukraine, partly from the ECB, Japan, so developed market economies. Latin America, in fact, so take the Bank of Brazil, preemptive in raising interest rates, got ahead of a lot of the developed market central banks. EM Asia had much less of an inflation problem, have been normalizing policy but not hiking aggressively. So you've got, I think, one of the best perspectives on these sorts of macro interactions across the world, especially in EM. Are you surprised at how resilient the EM economies have been in the face of the shocks?
I mean, I'd be lying to say I wasn't surprised. I think I had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal at the outset of this saying, we've got to pour a pile of money into emerging markets or the end of the world. I've been very surprised by it. I've been surprised how well the economy's done. But I think first of all, there are countries like Turkey that I just don't understand how it doesn't have a problem. But I think if you look at some of the lower middle income emerging markets, which didn't used to matter, but now they do. I was opening up the English newspaper here about the inflation in Lebanon. There are things like that going on that hadn't been going on before. So a lot of the world is in trouble. And the questions, will go and have a major hit to the global economy, I don't know. But it's surprising that it hasn't happened.
Yeah, in fact, we have that in Egypt right now, and the Gulf states like Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been helping Egypt. Lebanon's in a completely different category, so is Turkey, as you noted. Ghana's facing pressure. You see some of the other African and Latin American.
Well, there are more defaults going on right now than in a long time, even the actual defaults, and the country's on the verge of default. But they tend to be these sort of lower middle income. The big ones, the Brazil, well, there's Argentina. I don't even know if we count them anymore. And maybe they're lower middle income now. But the Brazils, the Turkeys, the Indonesias. And back to Asia, Indonesia and India are doing really well. I mean, that is on the positive surprise. They're benefiting from people leaving China and maybe some other things that they've done.
Good. We're almost out of time. I've got 30 seconds, but do you want to give us your perspective on seeing Saudi and Iran kind of confrontational foes in this region? It always has kept us on tenterhooks. If you actually have an agreement where China was involved and they find peaceful ground, doesn't that lift a huge cloud on investment in this region and unleash potentially a population of nearly 80 million people with almost a fifth of the world's proven reserves of natural gas? What do you think?
I think more importantly from our perspective is it highlights just how multipolar the world is becoming, that it's not the story narrative of 20, 30, 40 years ago of two superpowers potentially clashing with each other, or the rise of the American hegemony. It is, in fact, a multipolar world. Businesses are going to be looking very broadly across different areas for how they're going to be setting up their supply chains, who they're going to be trading with. And I think it is just an acceleration of that multipolar aspect of the world.
Okay, good. Great to have you both. We could go for another 20 minutes with the way the world is today. One of the things I'm always surprised is how resilient we are because of all that's been thrown at us. But COVID, post-pandemic recovery, supply chains, Russia, Ukraine, and now trying to navigate, as you said, the highest interest rates that two generations have never seen before in terms of the markets. Seth Carpenter and Ken Rogoff, thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Nicely done. They're going to do a quick set change here, and I'm just going to welcome our guests off. Nice to see you both. Thanks very much. You know, the other thing is quite fascinating when you come to Saudi Arabia, and this is a conversation I was having with different members of the cabinet in the last year in the lead up of going to Davos in 2023. It's very hard to see a potential threat if you're sitting in Saudi Arabia. I've been in the region off and on for the last 30 years and was living in this region for 11 years. And I say the growth that we see in Saudi Arabia is similar to what I remember in Dubai 2003, 4, and 5, but at a scale much larger than the rest of the world knows. As His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh was suggesting, and also Mohammed Al-Jadaan, the Minister of Finance, we're looking at 13 sectors of investment running concurrent at the same time. As far away from banking to the tourism sector and the mining sector, which is taking off again, that most parts of the world are not focusing on. We're going to have an interesting conversation now to shape the future of digital payments. And in fact, I have a conversation later this afternoon on tokenization as well. So we'll look forward to that and the role Saudi Arabia will play. Let me welcome, for the first time here in Saudi Arabia, at the FSC, Xu Shinchin. He's a correspondent for CGTN. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
People, how are you feeling today? I'm Shinchin Su, a correspondent from CGTN. I've been covering economy and business stories for the past 6-7 years in Asia. I'm very delighted, and it's my great pleasure, honor to be here to moderate this session, Shaping the Future of Digital Payments. But first, let me introduce this handsome bunch of gentlemen. And we have Abdullah Aziz Al-Flak, the Managing Director for Saudi Payments, Saudi Arabia. We have Mr. Bob Diamond, a legendary banker, and now founding partner and CEO of Atlas Merchants Capital. And I have Nanda Mir, the CEO of Network Global based in UAE. And we have Ang Moe, founder and CEO for 2C2B, a payment solution providers. And last but not least, Mr. Andrew Tor, the regional president for Visa's operations, especially in Central Europe, Middle East, and East Africa. So first, I want to share my experience. This is my first time in Saudi Arabia. I found it quite an easy transition for me because I was doing another business trip and never had any cash on me. I only had my Visa card, to be honest. But then I was okay with Uber and feeding myself. I found actually Saudi Arabia in Riyadh is quite open to using digital payments and newer technologies for paying things. And so let's start with Saudi Payments, because Saudi Payments is the payment structure provider here in Saudi Arabia. So Mr. Al-Falak, would you mind to sharing with us a little bit kind of back information about how digital payment has been developed here in Saudi Arabia?
Perfect. I'm happy that you had a very good experience. Thank you very much, Gerald, and good morning. Happy to be here at the Financial Sector Conference. I believe this is an important question because it gives an opportunity to shed some light on the remarkable journey for payments within the kingdom. The central bank has put down a strategy more than 30 years ago to establish payment systems. And built on that strategy, we have built our ATM and point of sale and e-commerce platform, MEDA, in the 90s, followed by the electronic bill presentment and payment, SADAD, in 2004. In 2018, we introduced our e-invoicing platform, ESAL. And last but not least, in February 2021, we have launched the Saria payment system, which is the instant payment system platform. All of these systems were built on principles. The most common principles that they should be secure, reliable, resilient, but we all know that. We also made sure through the central bank strategy for these systems to be built on, for them to be local schemes, local capabilities, in order to ensure innovation and growth for the future. But at the same time, introduce interoperability for the ability of connecting to our local and international partners. All of that resulted into major results and numbers. If we go back to 2017, when the financial sector development program was launched as part of Vision 2030, at that time we had 800 million transactions. Fast forward to 2022, we have closed the year with 8.2 billion transactions. So that's major growth, from 450 billion riyals to 1.8 trillion riyals. And in terms of acceptance, now at 2017, we had 350,000 point of sale terminals. In 2022, we have 1.5 million terminals. The most important thing is also that we deliver on our objectives. One of the most important of them is within the financial sector development program is a society that is less dependent on cash. Our target is 70% by 2025. We have achieved, according to the latest report issued by the central bank, 57%. One last point is the positive impact of the strong payment infrastructure here in the kingdom on the other programs within the Vision 2030. Take, for example, SADAD, the electronic presentment and payment platform. It is currently responsible for 99.9% of the government collections. So we believe that's a very strong step towards complete digitalization of payments.
I think this expansion of digital payments is seen not just here in Saudi Arabia and actually around the world, and especially here in Asia. I want to share a quick story about my experience with digital payments. Actually, my mom taught me how to shop online and how to use mobile apps to pay, because I was educating in the United States, and I came back to China in 2015, and where China has really boosting its development into like mobile payments or digital payments and e-commerce. And I want to ask, put the next question to on about this, what we are seeing right now in Asia, like why Asia somewhat has a faster development in terms of digital payments, and especially post-pandemic. Pandemic forced a lot of people to shop online and to be a little more confident with digital payments. And what's your take?
Sure. I mean, for e-commerce in Southeast Asia, it is a necessity for everybody. It's not just a luxury. So for instance, in Southeast Asia, we have 11 nations stitched together with different economic development, and out of which some of the geographical conditions in countries like Philippines, it has over 7,000 islands, where their only way to get their products and services is through e-commerce. With that, e-commerce has been growing over 30% year on year, and obviously pandemic has increased that growth even further. To facilitate that e-commerce, government also built their own domestic infrastructure. Following the lead of a country like Saudi Arabia, they have their own domestic infrastructure, real-time payment for their citizens, It became very useful during the pandemic because even when providing social security and support to these citizens, government is using national payment infrastructure to deliver the support people need very efficiently. And then people can use digital payment to transit. For 2C2B, we have been around for about 20 years to stitch all these payments together with over 200 different types of payment. And what we see in the past 5 years is that every country, from a very developed nation like Singapore to a developing nations like Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, they have started their own national payment linked to the national ID, linked to the mobile number of their citizen, so that their citizen can transact locally very efficiently, very similar to what Saudi Arabia has done about 30 years ago. And now these countries are establishing relationship between their own countries, sometimes bilateral relationship. Now Singapore is playing a very important role as a central hub to connect between these countries to facilitate interoperability. And that's what we are seeing. And with that growth in payment infrastructure, I'm sure e-commerce will continue to grow right after the pandemic. We don't see any slowing down. And we have a very healthy competition going on. Amazon is right now in Southeast Asia. We have e-commerce company from China playing a significant role. And because of this healthy competition, and I think e-commerce will continue to grow.
Competition is good for market to grow a little bit more. But what about UAE? And what's the situation right over there from Mr. Nandar Mir? What's your observation about mobile digital payments in Saudi's close neighbor?
Sure. So thanks for having me on the panel. The UAE, I think the transition is pretty much similar to what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. There's a massive secular shift from cash to digital payments. The infrastructure in the UAE, as you know, has been honed over many years and is pretty stable and well penetrated. A lot of penetration still to be done, not as penetrated as what I hear here in Saudi Arabia. I hear you can go pretty much to any establishment in the kingdom and pay electronically. And you know, that's a dream for most markets, right? And you guys are very close to achieving your dream of ubiquity. But I think the main thing for digital payments to, to thrive is obviously the acceptance infrastructure. It's the ubiquity of acceptance that must be in place. And then there are several other factors. Consumer behavior takes time to change, and you have to work on it over a period of time. But to answer your question specifically, I'd say Andrew will probably have more accurate numbers for you, but I'd say it's a very strong double-digit growth. Our business is, we have a pretty sizable market share in the UAE, so you could use us as a proxy for the kind of growth we're seeing there. And for the past 2 or 3 years that I've been involved with the business in the UAE, it's been growing in mid-30s, low 40s, year-on-year growth, just the shift from cash payments to electronic payments. And it's driven both by domestic payments, but also the UAE is a great destination for people coming from around the world. Yeah. So that's helping too.
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Nandar also touched a quite interesting observations about the partnerships like between your firm and Visa or MasterCard, etc. For Andrew, thinking about this digital payment transition, and what's your take on Visa strategies to really kind of adapt in this modern day people paying stuff?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, the first thing I would say is about 15% of the economy is now digital, so we need digital solutions, certainly. The industry's been over 60 years old, and, you talked about plastic before. We even back 60 years ago, our founder talked about dematerializing cards, and we're gonna cloak it with the forms of the future, and now we see the forms of the future out there. So we've been working over the last number of decades to really increase the utility in our network and system. So we have been able to provide new value-added services. We've put tokens across the ecosystem, which allows cards to be digitalized. So you got virtual cards, and we've created new ways to move money more broadly within markets and across the globe. being able to do push payments as well. So move from any of our 4 billion cards to another card, also specifically to move to current accounts across the globe. And the results have been pretty outstanding. So Nandan was talking about some of the results, but if we look across the region that I cover, Central Europe, Middle East, and Africa, 2019, 65% of transactions on Visa cards were cash. In 3 short years, 2022, it's now 48%. So cash is disappearing. Payments have increasingly become digital. You're here in the kingdom, and in 2017, about 17% of contactless transactions were contactless. Now it's 96, 97%. And when you think about that, there's very often no longer a card involved in a contactless transaction. Someone's pulling out the phone. Same on e-commerce. We've seen a huge rise in e-commerce during the pandemic, both existing users and new users. And often someone is just being able to use their own mobile banking application to push provision their card, a virtual card or a virtual token, to merchants all over the world, so Netflix and others. So, we're really seeing digital economy transform and take hold, and we're working really hard to make sure that happens.
Definitely, and I think this actually the expansions in how digitalization is changing payments and how people shop benefits people. I love the environment of what we see today, but also I see it somewhat create digital divides for a lot of elder folks. They don't have a smartphone, or they don't know how to use applications, or they don't know what NFC is. What I see is there might be other investment opportunity created, right, from the waves of digital payments development. And what's your take on this, Mr. Bob Diamond?
I think what we're looking at is as many of the members have said, for us, for consumers, digital payments are quite advanced. For business-to-business payments, it's nowhere near as advanced. And so our most recent investment in Circle, which is U.S. digital coin, we do believe that the institutional market, where business-to-business transactions can be significantly faster and significantly less expensive without someone in the middle, a bank always being in the middle. And it's truly been fostered by the internet, but also very, very much fostered by blockchain technology, which allows that security without a bank or an insurance company or a card standing in the middle. So if we can envision a world where corporate treasurers, banking treasurers are moving money around digitally, it'll have a big, big impact on efficiency, inclusion, cost. And I think in my mind, the big difference between, say, the United States and China is that it's almost inconceivable that the digital version of the currency would be developed by anyone other than the central bank, and that's how it's moving forward. And in the US, we would expect it to be developed by the private sector. There's not much movement going on at the Fed. There's a lot of studies. And I think the history of the US has really been the private sector developments and then high regulation. So whether it was the FedWire or SWIFT, these things weren't developed by the Fed, they were developed by the private sector and then adopted and regulated. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting over the next couple of years as we see these developments in the private sector get adopted by the regulators.
So there were definitely a lot of new infrastructure built or new scheme happen from like the government to boost private sectors to be a little bit more proactive, or versus like models like in China where the government, the central bank will take a bigger roles. But what about the future of digital payments? Right now, for a lot of regular people, they might just see it paying bills, or I don't need to take my wallets out. But are there any other areas that the digital payments can work or possible drive investment? For example, here in Saudi Arabia.
What we need to do is to create, and this is what we're doing right now, a level playing field for businesses to compete within the industry and be part of it. This helps in giving them access to it and decreases time to market. For example, in Saudi Payments, we have more than 97 unique businesses connected to the local schemes here in the kingdom. This gave an opportunity for these businesses to flourish and grow. We saw the introduction and the growth of e-commerce, as Andrew said and Ong said, about the growth in NFC acceptance, where we reached 97% according to the latest study done between collaboration between Saudi Payments and Visa. We saw large acceptance of e-commerce moving from cash to digital, triple growth from 32 billion to 120 billion in e-commerce. We saw the birth of companies supporting B2B rails, B2B using Saudi Payments rails. And also we saw the barrier of point of sale entrance being lowered down by the introduction of many service providers to the industry. I believe that we were from the beginning at the forefront of innovation, and but at the same time we should be agile, flexible, open to the market, ready to accept change. The world of payments is a rapidly changing world with many services introduced very, very rapidly. We're looking into going beyond the scheme, introducing microservices to grow the ecosystem, value-added services, working with the central bank to understand the impact of CBDC on the payment systems, and also the open banking and how it will impact. So we're very excited for the future. It shows very promising opportunities. The most important point is to always be ready for that.
So definitely there's huge growth opportunities still ahead of us. But just as Mr. Diamond just said, like how digital currency or cryptocurrency somewhat can be a little bit more efficient in terms of, say, business operations costs or whatnot, and help the flow of transactions. What I found out, especially in China, because there are so many different payment providers, it can also be troublesome for e-commerce providers or business owners to link all those different channels to make it more efficient, because customers are craving for easier and faster transactions. And I was joking with Mr. Ong earlier, just at the Alipay in China is one of the more prominent mobile payment provider in China. It's not just a payment device. It's not just a payment app. It also has these chat or social functions. If Mr. Ong asked me to bring him a cup of coffee, I no longer have to chase after him. Can you pay me back the $5? He can probably just message me, bring me the coffee, and then transfer me the money. So what do you see, Mr. Ong, as well as Mr. Nandar, the future applications in terms for consumers, the future for digital payments?
Sure. I mean, the transformation of the touch point is changing, the way we are making payment. Like Andrew was making the point earlier, we will no longer have a credit card number or a series of digits, not so very friendly, entering at the website or using the card and dipping the chip at the shop to make payment. We will be interacting with the RFID, excuse me, or we will be paying using our face recognition or store value of the card in advance so that we can make payment at the website. And in some country like India, they are using biometric to make payment. So the transformation of how we transact has been changing. The touch point has been changing. But yes, we are payment professionals and we want to talk about payment all day long, but customers are not doing e-commerce and eager to make payment. Customers are shopping to get their products. Payment is just something they have to do to get their product. We are in their way. So our job is to make sure we make their purchase as seamless as possible, as easy as possible. The day we can transact without being existing or without even knowing that we exist by the customer, it is the day we have successfully executed our payment service. So nowadays, most of the payment company try to project their payment solutions or their logo in the way of transaction. I think this is changing in the near future, because in the future, just by looking into the camera, you can complete the transaction. The customer don't need to know how this was encrypted or how this is authenticated behind the scene. That is our duty to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think you're hearing a common theme from all the panelists here. And as you rightly referenced, the role of technology in the secular shift from cash to digital payments cannot be underscored. And you've heard it from different perspectives. But essentially, going back to the point that Ong was making, that if you can make the payment almost invisible part of the transaction, and to a certain extent, the Alipays of the world have done that. The super apps do it. They make life convenient. They kind of, they're comprehensive in the range of services that they provide, and they make the payment transaction, if you may, a consequence of what's really happening in the app. It's not the reason you get in. You're not thinking in terms of, Alipay, of course, is a brand by itself, but you're not thinking about, you don't wake up in the morning wanting to make payments. You want to live your life the way you want to live it, and then the payment just has to flow. So tech is one part. The other thing I'd say is, and we probably don't talk about it enough, is the cost of the transaction, right? It's very important for both the merchant and for the consumer that cash is perceived as costless. We all know there's a cost of cash too, right? And it's if you look at it from an economic perspective, especially on a macro basis, cash is very expensive. But on a micro transaction basis, it is perceived as being free. And again, I'd like to compliment the work that Saudi Payments, Sama, as well as Mada have done here, because you guys have kept a pretty good lid on the costs here. And I think that tsunami of the shift, the tectonic shift that you're seeing here, the lid that you put on the costs has a big role to play in that shift too. It's technology, of course, at its base, but it's also doing it at a very affordable cost.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Dahmen, where do you see this kind of how the future possibility of digital payments would play into the development of the financial industry? And just based on these gentlemen's their answers, what's your observation or evaluation of the future expansion of digital payments?
So I think something interesting has happened with the onset of kind of crypto winter and lower valuations for tech and all that has happened in the last year or so. Is it's provided an opportunity for the incumbent financial institutions, particularly in the U.S., from J.P. Morgan to community banks, have an opportunity to acquire, to invest in existing technology in areas like blockchain. And blockchain was developed very much outside of the traditional banking system. It's my view that 10 years from today, that will be the foundation of the technology of the big banks. And I think what's exciting to me is with crypto winter, a number of things happen, but one of the things that's been most exciting is the ability for the incumbent traditional banks and financial institutions to find an opportunity to acquire some of these smaller companies where the innovation is really there and some of the technology. And I think it's going to help drive the transformation of what has traditionally been a very cumbersome, very expensive infrastructure. I'm sure you saw this many years ago at Visa when you had to kind of transform the technology to something that was more adaptable to the world today. I think banks are just beginning to go through this in the US. And I think it's going to be very exciting.
It's definitely we're seeing these huge shifts and changes in the banking industries. But again, for Visa, how do Visa stay prominent in the payment world? Especially, your business is all over the world, and people can find a Visa card anywhere on this planet. But how do you adapt or different strategies into different markets?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, we were talking about payments being a global business, and it is, but it's also local, right? Abdulaziz talked about the things they've done here as well. So we have to do both really well. I'll just touch on something Ong said around, biometric and facial payments. We did something last year in Qatar around the World Cup with Face ID to be able to pay. And that was actually really successful. Consumers liked it. It made it a super seamless and simple experience. It worked in that market because you already had a high degree of digitization, and the merchants there, and this merchant was willing to be able to accept it. There are still challenges, though, I do want to call out on biometrics because there are no global standards and they're not interoperable, which is a lesson that we all need to take, that it has to be that way to get consumer trust. On the innovation side, we invest globally, we make sure our network's ready globally, but then we work individually in each and every market. So we innovate at the center in our network, but we also innovate in each market. So we have Visa Everywhere initiatives where we work with local fintechs and partners. So we do a lot of work there. We have fintech fast tracks. And I'll say, in order to, and Nandan made a really good point about small and micro merchants, right? That's the last bastion of cash, really, because they're excluded. So we all have work to do there. And, we're going towards this future where we want to be able to see payments as simple and easy as sending a text message and as secure. And on the merchant side, they need to be able to use the devices they have today to be able to accept payments. So, we've done a lot of work around tap to phone or acceptance in the cloud where we're just driving software to merchants. And at the end of the day, though, that's only going to work when you have that digital distribution chain, when you have trust, when you have the trust of the consumers and the merchants and they see the benefits, access to capital, access to things like that. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. And we and the partners here work all along that spectrum to make sure it happens globally and in individual markets.
So absolutely. So what I see digital payment is like as a younger generation, I definitely see it's like as the development of digital payments, like younger folks have a say to say how that we're going to feel more comfortable shopping or buying, and somewhat digital payments gives younger voices or the less fortunate people have a chance to be connected with the world or with a bigger ecosystem. I think we are running short on time. It's almost noon, and let's just wrap up this session and probably give a round of applause for our panelists, a very handsome bunch right here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Xin-Chen Su and his panel. Thank you so much. And I know it's not going to be too long before people start thinking about that yummy thing called lunch. But before we do that, just a quick reminder that we are going to take a short break, if you will, on your way out. Grab a cup of coffee, because we're inviting you to join our expert focus sessions. So please be sure to find your way out through that main door and enjoy those sessions. And also the marketplace, plenty to see, many questions to ask and be answered. And then, of course, enjoy lunch. We look forward to seeing you right after that break. See you a little later. Yes, I can appreciate you're all taking your seats, so if you can do that as quickly as possible. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and more importantly, I hope you enjoyed this morning's sessions. I don't know about you, but I'm sure you can appreciate I don't necessarily work in the financial sector, but I really found it encouraging, interesting, and really stimulating to hear conversation about some of the challenges and fairly honest conversation about some of the challenges and looking at some of the things that we need to do in finding solutions. But before I go on too long, I actually just want to check that you're still here with me. So, can I have a real quick show of hands? And I'm not a financial sector person, just to clarify. Does anybody know how many zeros are in quadrillion? Can I have a show of hands? Quadrillion? Really? Okay, I thought it was just me. So I had to Google it. I found out that it was 15 zeros in quadrillion. Now you're wondering, why on earth am I asking you about quadrillion? Well, I have a little bit of trivia to share with you. So apparently it costs about $23 quadrillion to incur a $15 overdraft fee. Yes, that sounds quite counterintuitive, so let me tell you a little story. Apparently there was a man in the United States who was debited an amount of $23 quadrillion on his checking account or his debit account. Of course, he didn't have $23 quadrillion in his account, so what did the bank do? They promptly charged him a $15 overdraft fee. Because, of course, sometimes technology does play some games with us. So I thought that he was probably quite grateful that he was only paying $15 than even 1 quadrillion for that matter. But anyway, time for us to get on with our program for this afternoon. Now, I'm certainly looking forward to a number of conversations, but the first of which is going to look at the more positive side of what digital can do to help us in our new reality and our new world, and probably so in the next 10 to 20 years as well. So, to tell us a little bit more about digital securities and stable coins, please put a very warm welcome together for Scott Lucas, the Managing Director of JP Morgan in the United Kingdom. Scott.
Thank you for that, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this amazing conference in this incredible venue. My name is Scott Lucas. I work at JP Morgan, and I lead our sort of trading efforts when it comes to digital assets and blockchain across the globe. The topic today is digital securities and stable coins in a stable market structure, and I think given the events of the weekend, the sort of stable market component of that is actually relatively interesting to be considering. But it was interesting this morning in the opening presentation about how sort of relatively stable the Saudi market is. 2.4% inflation. I think a lot of the G20 countries would lift that. Non-oil GDP growth, home ownership is up and stable. There's a lot of things to like, but for the purposes of this conversation, when I talk about stable market infrastructure, I'm really imagining a future in which we have a market infrastructure that is predominantly or potentially completely built on distributed ledger technology or blockchain. And by that, I don't mean cryptocurrencies. I'm not talking about public blockchain, Ethereum, Bitcoin, etc. I'm really talking about taking that underlying technology and putting it in a construct that is recognized and regulated and is just another form of managing how we think about capital markets today. If we do that, and we harness the benefits of that technology, what I think the outcome is in that sort of market infrastructure is a deepening and widening of access to capital markets, which I think is relevant for this market and I think for others across the globe. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. So if we look at a couple of themes to what it takes to create that sort of stable market, I think the first one undeniably is the technology. It enables that conversation. When we talk about what we mean by that technology, I'm not talking about it, again, in that crypto space or in Ethereum or Bitcoin, where we have a network that over time, I'm sure, will establish its credentials for resiliency and They'll have some control around access, but they're not there today. What I'm really talking about is a network of distributed ledger technologies or blockchains that sit in a way that we understand who controls the network and who controls access to that network. Because to be candid, when you think about the capital markets, are you really going to want your pension fund, your insurance liabilities, your savings, or other assets put on a network that you don't know who runs it and you don't know who else is on it? I don't think that's an interest of the broader capital market structure for a while. So I'm avoiding that context of the wider crypto network and really thinking about the capabilities of the underlying technology. That technology, they talk about being trustless. I think you can enable trust. I don't think you can create trust. And even when you think about the way we operate today, particularly from a legal standpoint, we have those legal documents, we have those rules in order to enable us to trust each other because I've written down what I'm going to do and what you're going to do. But today, I'll take that record and I'll put it in my store, and you'll take that record and put it in your store, and then we'll look at those records, and they'll probably change a little bit over time, and they may not actually be the same. But if you think about, again, that technology and that distributed ledger, it does what it says on the tin. It is the same ledger that is distributed across a number of different components of the network, and everyone reads the same document. That actually changes a lot of how we operate. So we can see that same data in a controlled way. But you also get that transparency when you think about it in a way, so if we distribute that ledger and we see that data, we see the same data, we can also distribute the risk. So rather than having a central securities depository, a CCP, or a specific entity that controls a lot of flow in a particular market, and we concentrate that risk because we want control over that, we want transparency, we want to be able to see that. You can distribute that out in a way that you remove the layers of necessity for operational risk and technical risk associated, and even the market risk that comes with concentrating all that activity in a single entity. If you can distribute that out across multiple entities and multiple nodes in that entity, and you still have that same data, you can still get the transparency and control. Because you think about Etherscan and what it does for the Ethereum network, you can put that same layer on. It can be run by a financial market infrastructure. It could be run by a regulator. It could be run by the CCP or the central depository, but in a different way to we think about it today. So that's when I'm talking about a stable market structure. I'm talking about a structure that enables the movement of assets and cash across that network in a way that is different to today, reduces the overall risk, and reduces some of those costs and enables more access to that. So let's talk about stable coins. And again, not things like Terra Luna, because clearly they're not stable, but even things like USDC and Tether. So USDC and Tether, they're both in the United States. They're both backed by assets with some degree of transparency. There was quite a lot of price action for both of those on the weekend. Interestingly, they moved in opposite directions. USDC dropped in value to about 87% away from its peg, and Tether increased. So the stability of the price mechanism for those was tested in an unstable market. And the thing that brought them back to stability, back to their peg, was not the technology and not the way they operated, it was the Fed stepping into the market. So when you think about the conditions for a stable market structure, some of those existing structures and components of the market, they will continue and they will still have their influence. Now, not to say that those stable coins won't be around, they don't have a role, they do have a role. Their scale is challenging. There are $110 billion between the two of them. That's a big auction day in the treasury market as you think of it on the delivery to the dealers, and nothing else is happening. And in order to grow that scale, you're going to suck a lot of other assets out in order to peg them. So I think there are other cash solutions. If we think about stable coins, the validity in the market, the role they can play a role, but they won't be the only solution in the market when it comes to cash on this distributed ledger or blockchain structure. We need things like central bank digital currencies of some type. Probably not a direct liability to the central bank, but the cash mobility on ledger for central bank money to be mobilized. We need tokenized deposits. We need just general cash on ledger, blockchain deposit accounts. There's debate around the mechanism, but there's certainly no debate around the need in order to be able to unlock the capability of broader capital market access through this technology. The key is, when we think about that infrastructure, is there's no reconciliation. We have that today. So when we think about the deployment of the technology, the legal structures, the way this works, this has to be done in a way where what you see and what I see is the same thing, and we drive that efficiency, remove that friction, and we enable that access. The other side of the debate is digital securities. So again, on a network that's controlled, access, and resilience, you think about trading of digital securities on that network. And today that we agree a price, we agree to settle some point in the future, if they're on the same network, you can bring that right into zero. Now, I don't think everyone will want to settle at zero, but at least you've got the optionality. And when a market that's built on old infrastructure like the United States equities is moving from T+2 to T+1, actually, that's a multi-year project. You can do that instantly. You can just change the time. You can do that at your own selection. So you're starting to get a structure that enables a different type of trading mechanism, which brings in different types of liquidity opportunities. But something as simple as coupons, when you think about the life of a security. If I've got a bond that I've issued to the market, I have a series of investors, I have an issuing and paying agent, I've got a custodian, I've got a central securities depository, and the coupon event is coming. And we all need to know who's going to get paid and what they will be paid. I have risk people, operations people, finance people, all of those parties have the same. The first thing we need to do is agree that it's $1.50 internally, then we've got to agree with everyone else externally. If you bring it back to that new structure and you think about that calculation and the piece of data that says it's $1.50, everyone sees the same thing. So it's impossible to disagree. If it's impossible to disagree, then you don't need that superstructure around servicing those assets. If you don't need that superstructure, again, you lower the costs, you lower the barrier to entry, and you can start to deepen and widen access to the capital markets to a level way below where we have access today when it comes to technical skills, investment, number of people, and cost. So if you think about that reduced cost, greater transparency, greater access, wider and deeper capital markets, what's the opportunity for Saudi Arabia? So if you consider the opening this morning, it is a very stable market. It is growing the capital markets. There is appetite to deepen that further and bring more activity to the capital markets across the spectrum. So if you establish that infrastructure and you think about, I've got new technology, I've got clear legal rules, I've got transparency of that, I've got transparency of market data, and I've got digital securities and digital cash available to the participants in that market structure, I can really achieve some of my goals in deepening the market in a very, very different way. If you're thinking about developing your market further, why build it on a technology that was designed to dematerialize bearer bonds onto the technology available in the late 1990s? The opportunity exists, I think, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to leapfrog a generation of technology, to step into a market infrastructure and demonstrate leadership and risk appetite to actually take this further. And if that's done in a way that is enabled by the right legal structure, regulated in a way that is recognizable for both onshore and offshore capital market participants, and develops that trust in the market that enables that deepening, then actually the offshore investment will follow, the access to markets locally will follow, and you will find that the broader capital market structure in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be enabled by this technology. So when we think about digital securities and stablecoins and cash in a stable market structure, that's the world I think that's available and open to us, and that's the world I would recommend that the people step into and this market steps into. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm glad we have a nice audience after the lunch and the networking event that we had here. This is an incredible window because we're talking about digital stablecoins, which is such a critical window in terms of transition and what's going to be taking place next. And what do you anchor those stablecoins to? I always think about it in the context of the ECU, which was the predecessor to the euro, and having it to a basket of currencies. But it's an ever-evolving market, as we know today. And it's also very interesting to see the role for the kingdom in the development as a financial sector having these tools at hand. We're going to have more discussions here at the FSC this afternoon about that. One of the things that's been an incredible challenge through this window of populism that we saw over the last 5 years was to go kind of anti-multinational, that the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank, the United Nations, are institutions that are not prepared for what we have and the challenges of the 21st century. They have to be more responsive. But what we're finding out in the discussion we're going to have here is what is the role of the multinational or the international governmental organizations, the supranationals, as we're calling them here at the FSC. Let's give a warm welcome to the Minister of Finance from Qatar. His Excellency is going to come right here, to Ali bin Ahmed Al Kuwari here. for the conversations. Welcome to the coffee room, Your Excellency, or the water room. His Excellency had a surgery and had a dislocated elbow, so I hope you're okay. You comfortable?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, perfect. Come on in. Thanks. That's fine. It's the fireside chat room. I always see the fireside here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good to have you. You know, we were talking about in my session earlier with Ken Rogoff of Harvard University and the global chief economist also at Morgan Stanley about the rising interest rates today and what impact this has on debt, particularly in the emerging markets of the world. And I want to talk to you also about the least developed countries of the world. But let's start in this concept that debt does matter. Now, you don't have that debt problem in Qatar, 42% of GDP, 24% debt to GDP here in Saudi Arabia, the benefit of natural gas prices and oil prices. But from your vantage point as the Minister of Finance for Qatar and sitting here in the heart of the GCC, why is debt concerning you today specifically?
As you mentioned, debt has gone up, dramatically, in the last few years for many economies. Emerging markets, they are at 64% to GDP now. Actually, advanced economies at 120% in debt to GDP. And this is, we have seen this in the last 2-3 years, where there is a big jump. Where are, the least developed countries or the poorest countries, they are at 264%, And this is 264% of GDP, and this is 40% up from the levels of 2016, 2017. So there is a problem, let's face it, what has increased, for maybe the developed economies, GCC, even some emerging economies, they are fine, in a way, because they have a performing economy, and should be no issue. The economy should compensate for the increased debt. But some countries, they have many problems. The problem is coupled with, increased debt, increased interest rate, inflation, and low performing economy. So, with these things, really, we have to really think about it and really come up with programs and solutions, and it has to be everybody's work. I think we should not, pass the problem or say this is the responsibility of X country or this is the responsibility of international organizations. I think it's a joint effort,
Good. Let's drill in, if we can, on the least developed countries. And the 46, you just convened in Doha a whole conference on developing an office, funding the office, to say you can't have it a part of the wider conversation of the International Monetary Fund or World Bank or the African Development Bank, right? But it has to have its own focus. What do you hope to accomplish in that strategy? Is it to really start to cut the debt, help them make the energy transition, to deal with climate mitigation and adaptation? It's the whole basket?
Last week, we had the LDC5 in Doha, and it was a huge presence. I think, we had more than 7,000, participants, coming here to discuss and to focus on the exact problems of the least developed countries, and what we can do about it. Of course, that is maybe number one issue, but there are, other issues, poverty, food, water, so all of these issues, for the least developed economies. And we had an excellent discussions. We had the private sector participating. We had, the economic, panels. We looked to, the whole issue from different angles. The supranationals, they were there. They were presented in the conference. And we came up with the Doha Declaration, as a result of the conference. And the Doha Declaration, as you mentioned, it's going to focus in the 46 least developed countries and to put them on a track, on a program, for 10 years. And the program will basically, to help them, to have a sustainable economy, to help them with food, how the climate change programs and how to, mitigate, climate change issues. Debt is definitely also one of the programs we're going to be looking at, so it's putting them in the programs. And I think it's very important, debt relief, when we talk about it, it can happen in two ways. you can come simply and just pay off the debt, or give a grace period, or forgive debt, or reduce interest rate, or drop interest rate, but I think the effective way is not like that. It's really to help these countries really by developing the knowledge, developing the technology, developing the economy, and put them in a rigid programs where to develop the human aspect so it's very important really to have these countries in a program, and the development takes a long straight cash does not help. It might help for 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, but at the end of the day the problem will come back. So the efforts we need to do is really more a full development program for how to help the countries to mitigate, and then to have sustainable economy afterward. And this is what's all about, for the...
No, absolutely. I find it very interesting, the role that Qatar plays in the least developed countries, for example. That wouldn't be if I rolled back the clock 10 years ago, that wasn't the mandate. You see the UAE hosting COP28, right? Hosting the World Cup. The growth, for example, and diversification we see in Saudi Arabia today. The narrative around the Gulf states and their role interfacing with the supranational organizations has changed. Do you see leadership emerging from the Gulf states as a result of it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And here we are in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia itself, was a leader in developing programs and fighting for programs to forgive debt, with the G20,
Absolutely. As a host of the G20.
As a host of the G20 when they had the presidency. So, yes, we see a role, but it has to be, as I said, together with the supranationals and everything. You cannot do it. The problem here, if you do it alone, the view will be different. When you do it with the supranational, then, then you can advocate for a program, advocate for, a full change, and this is, so I really, as I
So
said,
the connectivity with the supranationals is important. Did you hear my opening comments? I was talking about the modernization of the supranationals. They were post-World War II institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions that came to the fore. Is it a fair criticism to say they need to modernize and be swifter, more responsive to the challenges of today? COVID-19, supply chain issues, Russia, Ukraine, high inflation. It's a never-ending tsunami of challenges, is it not?
Absolutely. Well, they are doing what they have to do. I'm not gonna sit here and criticize or something. They are doing maybe the amount of problems is getting bigger, so it's not something like, instead of, when you are dealing with 1 or 2 countries, it's different when you are dealing with a mass, a problem like what we see today, So, I think the supranational, they are doing whatever, but it has to be a joint effort. We should not throw it, in the supranationals. I think we advanced economies, GCC, everybody, we have to work with the supranational to make sure, because don't forget, these problems will come back to you. Whether, you cannot ignore it. You cannot just say, it will have a domino effect and everything. And now we see, issues, even with the advanced economies. As a result, we're speaking of debt, we just a few days ago, the Silicon Valley Bank, the issue, and this is an US, the most advanced economy, in the world. So, we have to be really careful, as I say, when we approach these, these obstacles, that we have to go together and we have to work together and even drive programs, the supranationals in terms of like suggesting programs. Even the supranationals, they come to us, they say, okay, we have to work through the programs. Should not be like just, this is, IMF, this is World Bank, this is, G20 or Paris Club, to deal with it. It has to be a joint effort, and we have to also put the programs,
Good. A final question. I did a fireside chat with the foreign affairs editor who was at the BBC for 50 years, John Simpson, and I was asking this question about the populism and how it undermined the supranationals, right? Donald Trump took that position as well. Boris Johnson took that position in the UK. Do you think we're entering a new wave post-populism? Are the flickers of the lights of populism starting to wane and we can move back to better global collaboration?
Yes. We have to, this is, I'm not going to talk about, changes and, elections, programs that happen, agenda happens from time to time, but, I think, you'll have these waves and you'll have this reaction sometimes, because, when you have certain, political agenda, there will be sometimes some actions. But we should not really undermine, the supranational. We should not undermine, the international organization. We should make them strong and make sure they perform, the role they are made for,
Great. It's nice to see you. Last time we had the conversation, it was at the Doha Forum, and you were the Minister of Commerce and Industry.
Absolutely.
And you're at the Qatar National Bank, so he's more closer to home now in the Ministry of Finance, right? As you say, not the most popular position to be in because you have to control budgets, but somebody who has the competence in which to do so.
Actually,
I wish you best of health with your arm. Yeah, you don't look like you had any problems whatsoever. Can we give a nice round of applause? The Minister of Finance from Qatar. It's good
Thank
to
you
see
very much.
Careful getting off the stage. We don't want another accident. Thank you. I'd like to welcome to the stage somebody I've had a chance to follow as the central bank governor here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And when I was hosting Marketplace Middle East for CNN, a very prominent guest in that platform, talking about the unity of the GCC in terms of monetary policy that we see today, looking at the wider Middle East and North African market. But now he wears a very different hat as a very strong leader of an institution that could have great influence in the decades to come. In my role based here in the Middle East for so many years, I always had this vision of the Silk Road, but really the Islamic route created for trade amongst themselves with the Islamic communities of the world, and he's right at the center of it. Can we give a warm welcome here at the FSC to Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser, the group head of the Islamic Development Bank in Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين أصحاب المعالي الوزراء
distinguished guests, brothers and sisters,
الإخوة والأخوات السلام عليكم
good afternoon to you all.
وبركاته أود في البداية
I would like to express my deep thanks and appreciation on behalf of the Islamic Bank for Development to the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank and the Capital Market to give me this chance to talk about the role of IMD and for highly appreciation for your the guests, non-Arabic speaking guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed very serious economic crises in recent times. The COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the development landscape. At least 100 million people have fallen back into extreme poverty since the pandemic. Furthermore, the Russia-Ukraine crisis has pushed up food and energy prices across several countries, posing a serious risk to food security. Today's crises have introduced structural shifts in the global economy. When coupled with the looming climate change, they will likely have adverse economy-wide costs, particularly for the poorer countries. Moreover, the global economic outlook is becoming more uncertain due to the rising debt burdens in the global south. Inflation, food insecurity, and climate-related devastation could lead to further hunger, conflicts, fragility, and extreme poverty if timely actions are not taken. Therefore, due to today's multifaceted economic problems, decades of progress towards international economic integration have been compromised. Moreover, a decrease in international trade and investment is following fragmentation, which has weakened the ability of the global financial safety nets to assist developing countries now and in the future. I can imagine the dilemmas faced by the architects of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944 in designing a post-war international economic order which would promote global economic stability and streamline reconstruction efforts. Today, we face similar dilemmas, which may not be of the same nature, but are very daunting for the global economy. At this juncture, there are obvious threats to the global economic system. Therefore, there is a need for the MDBs to step up their efforts to meet these dilemmas and challenges by playing a critical role in the global financial ecosystem, bringing together countries and other development stakeholders to address common economic challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the MDBs are pivotal as financing and knowledge partners, aligning their objectives with member states' development aspirations. Given their convening power, the MDBs are uniquely positioned in the broader global financial ecosystem to engage with various stakeholders in responding to emerging challenges. The road to recovery and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals require a vital role of the MDBs in the financial ecosystem, featuring stronger financial institutions and good governance to mobilize resources across the financial spectrum. Indeed, the MDBs are becoming more relevant than ever, playing an instrumental role in the global financial system. Given the challenges of today, timely actions and policy directions by the MDBs could steer us back on the road to recovery and building green and resilient economies. First, to strengthen their development impact, the MDBs must prioritize emerging global challenges, such as climate change mitigation and adaptation, fragility and food security, as well as regional development. This will require substantial additional financial resources, and the MDBs must continue working towards developing a robust financial ecosystem that complements the objectives of all stakeholders to mobilize funding for development. Governments, development financial institutions, institutional investors, capital markets, philanthropists, and others should work together to develop new financial instruments to maximize the supply of development funds. The MDBs should not give up the dreams of billions to trillions, but exert more efforts to find innovative solutions that incentivize strategic and creative private sector investments. There is a need to develop asset-based, yes, asset-based and risk-sharing financial instruments requiring investors to have their skin in the game. Second, MDBs can play a significant role in helping member states strengthen their regulatory frameworks, improve transparency and accountability in public institutions, promote responsible environmental and social practices, and help develop domestic capital markets. Countries and MDBs could attract private investors as development partners only when financial governance, legal and regulatory institutions, and capital markets are developed. Third, MDBs have accumulated a long history of local knowledge and skills to monitor and manage projects in developing countries, perceived as risky by others. The private sector could delegate that monitoring to the MDBs, who in return will ensure that the investor's capital is protected and earn fair economic and social returns. In this respect, there are success stories of partnership between MDBs and socially responsible investing and ESG-sensitive investors. Fourth, we know that the Global South is suffering from high indebtedness. Therefore, more efforts need to be put into developing a balanced picture of the risks that heavily indebted countries face to maintain desirable debt sustainability levels, while bearing in mind the impact of fiscal cuts on the provision of necessities to their citizens. Actually, the MDBs can lend technical expertise in providing evidence-based policy recommendations on debt sustainability and fiscal spending. Fifth, solid financial infrastructure could help resolve market frictions. Still, to address the challenges we face today, there is a need to strengthen multilateralism rather than follow the path of fragmentation. Given the scale of the crises, calls for aggressive action for coordination and cooperation among countries and institutions to address global challenges and achieve shared goals are fully justified. Therefore, there is no better time to advocate for strengthening multilateralism and coordinated efforts among nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Development Bank is committed to supporting the development of an inclusive financial ecosystem based on multilateral values and Islamic finance principles. We are energized by the significant role the MDBs could play in the post-crisis world and look forward to welcoming partners in this noble cause. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Perhaps most importantly for the reminder about how we need to ensure we're thinking differently, about how we engage, how we collaborate, how we work better, to try to mitigate some of the negative impact and the downside of the risks that we face in the global economic environment. Speaking of risks, I'm sure everybody is well aware about one story that has grabbed a lot of attention over the past few days. That is that relating to SVB. We're not necessarily focusing on SVB as an entity, but perhaps looking more broadly at how we can learn from that situation and do better. To help me unpack all of that, please help me in giving a very warm welcome to His Excellency Dr. Nabil Khoshak, the CEO and board member of SVC here in Saudi Arabia, Elias Al-Gassir, Chief Executive of the Global Corporate and Investment Banking at MUFG in Japan, and Stephen Moss, Regional CEO of HSBC in the UK. To all of you, a very warm welcome. Please have a seat. Excellency, perhaps if I can begin with you, and maybe the best way to tackle this is to begin with a broader view, and then we can drill down a little bit more. We're not talking specifically about one instance or one example, but I think that we cannot ignore the fact that there were some issues and challenges and things that we need to do differently when it comes to funding tech finance, tech funding, and also looking at how technology can be better utilized and how we can better create frameworks for maximizing the way in which tech funding is being done.
Sure. I think definitely His Excellency, the Minister of Finance this morning highlighted how this incident actually, there are a lot of lessons learned, need to be captured and actually update how we are going forward. But let me actually brief you on what's happening, especially here in the region and specifically in Saudi Arabia. So 2018, there was only $60 million deployed in tech startups in Saudi Arabia only. To 2022, it was a $1 billion plus invested in tech startup. So this huge movement actually because of many activities and pillars across the startup ecosystem and the venture investment scene in general. And part of it is actually keeping the right balance in the regulatory framework between the relaxation, the sandboxes, and all these facilitation, but also making proper governance and risk and compliance issues. And we need to keep that balance that is really to be highlighted to flourish the entrepreneurship ecosystem and the innovation ecosystem, and keeping also the stability and scalability for that. I think definitely the incident affected startups across the whole globe. Luckily, because we have a very strong regulatory framework and policy frameworks here in Saudi Arabia, why the CMA and the SAMA and the Ministry of Finance really actually kept us not to be heavily affected. But definitely the exposure is global. And I think there are a lot of lessons learned that we might touch base later on in the session.
Yes, we certainly are going to talk about a lot of those lessons learned, because I don't think that they are necessarily unique. But one thing that is unique is the regulatory environments per jurisdiction. So depending on where you are in the world, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in China, the rules look a little bit different, right? And because, as is the case with international law, it's not uniform in terms of its makeup, and also it's not uniform in terms of its application.
Exactly.
So if I can come to you, Elias, with that comment in mind, where is it that we need to be thinking differently? You're based in the East, but we're trying to see how we can learn some of those lessons, particularly in markets which are currently developing, and sometimes those regulatory frameworks aren't as sophisticated.
Thank you, Toma. We have first to agree that in the last 100 years, the world been driven by oil and gas. Now it looks to me that it is going to be lead by technology and data. So we cannot ignore it. I believe what has happened, it's a strong lessons to us how to remodify, exactly as Dr. Nabil mentioned, clear corporate governance, strict standard to avoid such a scenario by building a strong framework on data, building a strong framework at securing assets, and a good, strict regulation will always open the door to expand. And I believe the region, it's one of their main target and direction, it is technology and digitalization.
Yeah.
And they are in a right step, very well right step.
Stephen, HSBC obviously doing a lot to support FDI here in Saudi Arabia. And in some instances, we've heard how they've been able to mitigate some of these shocks. But that's not just a process that is supported by internal regulatory framework. It also means when we're on the outside looking in, what is it that we're thinking about? From an HSBC point of view?
I would agree. We are clearly supporting FDI in the kingdom. We are the largest single financial sector investor.
Yeah, we'll let you get a free punt
I can keep that.
promoting HSBC.
So we are by far and away the single largest investor, and that gives us clearly a unique insight. And going back to the venture piece, I'd say clearly over the weekend we spent a lot of time in London, a lot of sleepless nights from some of my colleagues acquiring Silicon Valley UK Bank, which I think we should talk about. We can talk about and exchange how we as HSBC can bring some of the companies that we've acquired there, the 3,000 companies, to the Middle East, because at the moment, clearly they're banked in the UK. And I think we have a great opportunity as us as a company to onboard the 3,000 companies, or help them grow in the UK, but also bring them and connect them to Dr. Nabil and whether it's Asia Pacific, et cetera. So I think that's a significant opportunity that's just come out of what's happened over the weekend, clearly for us.
In a room like this, we don't have to go too far down the road as to why, the whys and the wherefores. But I think what might be interesting is looking at, of course, we mitigated huge losses, not just in terms of the people who ran or owned SVB, but of course to the clients, right? Because that's why HSBC stepped in. For you, looking slightly longer term, this is clearly an opportunity, not just for saving the day, but also to look at how you can maximize this asset that you've bought.
Right.
How are you thinking about it?
I mean, just to put it into context, I mean, the UK is a great haven already, as Dr. Nabil and I were talking backstage around. It's a great ecosystem for tech, life sciences, and the development of those industries. And clearly, we've just picked up 3,000 clients in that sector. And so I think as I say, we've got a great ability to help them to develop and uniquely bring them to this part of the world. I mean, we as an organization 10 years ago decided to invest in individual companies, fintech companies, with the sole objective of not because we were trying to make money, but actually because we were trying to onboard the knowledge and be at the cutting edge of different fields. And we picked 4 particular fields, be it cybercrime, trade, development of trade, etc. So as I say, I think we can really take these companies, connect them to the world, and help them develop in a way that maybe they weren't able to before. So, and connecting to Saudi Arabia and more broadly Asia, as I say, is a great opportunity.
If I can come back to you then, Dr. Koshak, one of the things that is traditionally being used in trying to figure out what one does with this new banking opportunity, for lack of a better word, is looking at particular types of approaches. So without getting too technical, because obviously that's not my area of expertise, there are approaches which are entity-based, and there are approaches which are activity-based. So we regulate what you do, or we regulate you as an organization. But clearly, looking at those in singularity, they don't cover all the bases. What does that middle ground between those two approaches actually look like? And is it a way in which we can better mitigate what we don't already know? A few years ago, this wasn't even a conversation in many environments.
Definitely. And I think the nature of venture investment globally is all about cross-border, cross-country activities. So the GPs, the fund managers, the LPs, investors, these funds, the startups, the entrepreneurs, also the teams actually building these companies and scaling these companies. And back to Steve's actually view about cross-border activity, we're always proud that we have backed local emerging fund managers, regional fund managers so far, and also international fund managers that have an interest to also to invest in the region. And the key here is actually, I believe, is diversification, especially in this risky asset class, if it's not the riskiest asset class. But I think also to link this with the SPV situation is that I think it's also an opportunity for cross-border, cross-country activities in terms of also providing SPV alike banks and financial institutions that provide and fill the gap in the MENA region here, and also have this connectivity with Europe, with China, with the whole world, as we are having actually to avoid this also concentration risk with one startup-friendly bank actually, and being a global player and that have also presence in here, and some of the startups. And just back to your technical terminology, you want to get technical, but we should always remember that venture investment, we don't put the capital from day one. So the total AUM for us is $1.6 billion. We commit to 50%, but we don't throw the money from day one. There is a paced, and there is a pacing also actually for capital cost that comes in. But then
and it allows you to monitor better, so you can actually see what...
Exactly, exactly. Also, the underlying portfolio companies, that will be another potential exposure to such banks that can have some challenges or happen things. But I think this opening up and this is what we have been doing here in Saudi Arabia, welcoming international investors, FDIs to come and join the scene, and also helping Saudi-based on homegrown companies actually to go global beyond Saudi Arabia.
Elias, when you spoke a few moments ago, you used a word, you said remodify. In the context of this, what does that mean and what does that look like from your perspective?
I want to take you first back to Saudi Arabia. I think this is the first time the world agree that Saudi Arabia is a new Arab champion. And in last 4 years, since 2018, Saudi Arabia, they managed to give a license, almost 4,300, 60% more than 2018 at the moment. And their FDI ranking worldwide, they were number 97. Back 2018, they were almost 190, they came down from the 185. But looking through in the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness, which is one of the most important for the banks, they evaluate where to head, where to expand. This indicator, which is Singapore, one of the second or third smallest country in the world, they are number one. Taking that example, reforming, remodifying the entire of how genuinely to attract foreign direct investment. We all agree the direction for foreign direct investment should attract, should not be forced. Saudi Arabia has done fantastic. 2021, they announced 38, almost 40 codifications of new laws, bankruptcy and the rest of them. Talking about the technology, in recent licensee were almost 40% in technology and digitalization. So definitely, what they are lacking, they do need to remodify themselves. I believe two important points. One, regulatories. Lack of regulatory in US, in California, destroyed a lot of families. Poor regulatory over there. Regulatories over here, they do need to remodify themselves and prepare themselves for any ugly waves that's going to come. Law, by keep making same as the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia independent, free zone they have created independency, they should consider to have independent law, legal enforceability on each entity. That is where will be more attract foreign investors.
Just want to add one thing which is very important to what you just have said, which is also the speed. And this is what we are all proud and impressed on what's happening in Saudi Arabia, is the speed of updating regulations and policies. I'm talking about the Capital Market Authority, the CMA, the new company law, the bankruptcy law. And I think that speed is really time critical to avoid such incidents to happen also.
What's really interesting about what you're all saying right now is a very clear emphasis on the hybrid nature of this environment and how it isn't about doing one thing that helps. It's about speed, it's about regulatory environments, it's about enforcement, it's about continued monitoring. So if we take all of those things, Stephen, and we look at entrepreneurship, particularly in the tech sector moving forward, how do we do better about making it work? And I know Elias mentioned just a few minutes ago about how the regulatory framework becomes really important, which it does, because it's not just about the excitement of the startup, it's about how do you ensure sustainability and the mitigation of that risk.
I'd say it's like running any business. You need certainty of regulation, you need consistency of regulation, you need total clarity and no surprises. So keeping that is incredibly helpful for any business, and I'm sure that applies to the tech sector, in fact, including the tech sector.
But what makes the tech sector so exciting is the fact that it's, it's bootstrapped, it's quick, it's agile, it moves fast, which is counterintuitive if you're looking at a regulatory frame. So we want an environment that allows us to start business and to transact and to do all of those things, but we want to still be nimble. We still want to be able to move easily. And I think that's what makes this space a little bit different to perhaps what we would have seen traditionally.
True, but I think you've got to cut down the tech sector space. Clearly, the fintech sector space is going to be governed by financial regulation. It's going to touch financial regulation at some point, and lots of elements of innovation and tech are not going to be regulated by, some maybe not regulated at all. So I think you've got to dissect it a little bit. I was going to come back to FDI and into FDI into Saudi in the tech sector, which there has been FDI from the US into the fintech sector. So I don't know whether you've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm aware of a couple of companies from the US investing in fintech companies in Saudi. I mean, clearly the payment space here is huge and a very attractive environment for foreign investors to look at and trying to get involved in, given the growth of the ecosystem.
Especially, actually, last year we witnessed top-tier VCs actually investing in fintech startups in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
That was a record year. Also, $100+ million of investments in fintech startups actually starting in Saudi Arabia happening also the last 6 months. I think that was an indicator with rounds led or co-invested or participated by top-tier investors internationally coming actually to tap into this. But also we are not encouraging spin-outs, I would say, homegrown companies to grow beyond Saudi Arabia, but also we witnessed a couple of startups actually spinning into the Saudi market, providing their fintech products and services.
Speaking of that, Ilyas, from where you're sitting and looking particularly into this, coming into this region, how is that looking? Because they clearly are doing everything they can to encourage that FDI, and not just in one sector. I mean, if you look at Vision 2030, it's everything.
Yeah.
And definitely, they do deserve a salute. The region, with the move of Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, shake the entire Middle East, to be honest. Everybody is jumping in the same race. The way we see it, or we look at it, they have to take one of the models. Either they have to go back to take a UK, England, where they've been deregulations. Each sector's been asking them the local domestic role to adapt it with the international in order to adapt a more foreign. And that is, I think they did pretty well. China, they managed to do the domestic model, where the region are rich with a young generation and needs of investment in-house. And this is, if you look through the sovereign wealth funds, investment of it in this region started to come back and leverage the domestic young generations, young engineers, which has been doing fantastic. If you want to take before Singapore, Austria, they managed to attract beautifully authentic and organic. They managed to attract OPEC funds, UN, World Trade Organizations, all of these. Come here, we give you space and do it. Singapore, they've been focusing in two important things. Taxation, how to adjust that based on how much you perform. And the second, R&D.
Yeah.
The most importantly, R&D. And this is an important point over here I would like to share. Vision 2030, they targeted 2.5% of GDP from now till 2040 to be invested in R&D. Compare it to Germany, because they are border of the war, they have shifted 3% of their GDP to defense. You can imagine where Saudi Arabia is going to be in 2040.
They're not here to defend themselves against you, Ilyas. but I think the point is very well taken. Okay, you can see the numbers are now red. So rapid fire round. If we look at the question of reassessing the risk framework, one most important thing that needs to happen. Stephen, if I can start with you.
Any particular country? Or?
No. I think broadly speaking, in terms of consideration, when you're looking at frameworks and considering risk, what are the most important thing that you need to think about? And we know there are many, so don't worry.
Clarity, clear consistency, as I've said, I think.
Consistency.
Yeah. Consistency.
Yeah. Ilyas?
I would definitely go for ease and standard corporate governance.
Yeah, standard corporate, okay. That absolutely. Excellency, last word is yours.
I think it's the commitment of the governments to support fueling innovation, entrepreneurship, and especially tech startups. That's very critical and important. Last year, the government announced actually, for us actually doubling our AUM to continue fueling innovation, entrepreneurship through the Fund of Funds program that we have. I think that's very important for consistent and also the sustainability and growth of this ecosystem.
And with that, I committed to try to get us out on time. I almost made it. Gentlemen, thank you so, so very much. It was an absolute pleasure. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Please, a warm welcome and thank you. Oh, well, thank you to our panelists, if I can ask you to exit stage that way. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So it's quite clear that we have a lot of things that we need to think about. And it's also quite clear that technology, in and of itself, is posing a number of questions, issues, considerations, and possibly some problems, if you will. But I don't think it necessarily has to be that way, especially if we keep in mind what it is that is being done around the regulatory frameworks all over the world. But that's not what we're going to talk about right now. What we are going to talk about is the transformational role of big tech, particularly within the financial sector. And to help me unpack that, please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Khaled Al-Dakhar, the Vice Governor of Supervision and Technology at the Saudi Central Bank, also known as SAMA. Your Excellency.
Hello.
Hi. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
I'm sure you've had opportunity to listen to some of the conversations that we've been having throughout the day. And I think where I'd like to start this conversation is we know why big tech wants to grow, just about anywhere, in fact, where they think that there is a market. But what makes the GCC region, and perhaps Saudi Arabia in particular, really interesting for them?
First of all, thank you so much, Tumi. Thank you all for attending this great event. Well, maybe we'll set the stage a little bit. So first of all, the Saudi market, the digital economy in Saudi Arabia, will be more than $50 billion. And the CAGR is more than 20% growth. So there is great opportunity in the market itself. So that's number one. Number two, if you look at the people in the market, tech savvy, young, all are eager. So that also is a great opportunity for big tech to consider being in this market. Then if we focus on the financial sector, it again is a very solid sector, well regulated overall, and creates these different opportunities in different parts of the overall financial sector. So that said, then comes in the value for these big tech. They have environments that are, that have great volume. They have the ability to create the right governance. They have the ability to introduce solutions and go to market in a fast way. So having that ability to come into a market that has a lot of need and demand, that is growing very fast, creates actually a great opportunity for us to really work well together.
When looking at big tech, and one can certainly talk about the great opportunities that it allows you to do, but one of the things that they do really well is the collection of data and mining that data to ensure that they are able to extract maximum value from their client pool. But that also means that they're not traditional finance organizations or providers, which comes with inherent risk, right? Because even though they're offering payments, etc., more and more of them are looking to see what else they're able to do as an extension of this data set which they possess. And that in itself brings some risk. How do you ensure that you're thinking about that aspect while at the same time looking at how big tech fits into the delivery of Vision 2030?
Well, you bring a very important point about data. Data is a critical asset that needs to be well used. Of course, it has to be well regulated, and that's part of, again, Vision 2030, the maximizing the value of the different assets that we have, right? So we need to make sure that, number one, data is properly protected, and the regulation that exists today ensures that we protect the privacy of the clients in the financial sector as a whole. Now, with that comes a lot of opportunity also. So with the use of technology, the maximizing the value of data, comes great opportunity, and as you said, some risks that needs to be well mitigated. As long as we have visibility, right, on the right governance for the use of this data, on the utilization across organizations, because again, big tech is not focused only on the financial sector, as you said. So it's multi-sectorial, sometimes providing greater value. With that, sometimes there's a lot of excitement that doesn't, that could cross certain boundaries. And we need, as regulators, to make sure that they are careful with that use of data to provide the value. At the end of the day, the objective is to ensure that there is great value provided to the stakeholders. Whether I am a provider, I need to make sure I am able to use the data to provide specific financial services to my clients. And if I am a client, I want to make sure that my data is protected, that I give consent before anybody starts utilizing and manipulating that data to provide me with some services.
Part of what's driving some of this movement, obviously, is this desire by consumers to have ease of doing things. So people don't want to log here for this activity and go somewhere else for another activity. This one-stop shop is terrific from a consumer perspective, right? Because I go to one place, I can do everything while I'm there, and then I leave. On the back end of that, it means there are more transactions and more players who have to come on board in order to deliver that solution for you. What is the impact or potential impact, and how significant is that on the consumer when you're having this sort of increased pool of people on the back end who are trying to fit together in order to deliver these solutions?
Absolutely, very important point. And again, as the central bank, the custodian for the financial sector, we need to ensure that all of the pieces are working well together, are providing the value for the consumers, and are enabling the service providers to identify the areas of value that they will be creating. So again, as the regulator, we launch, for example, some regulation around, for example, the use of data. Open banking is an area where we have shared the framework for even a few months ago, which defines how data is going to be able to be utilized to provide the right value to the right stakeholders and clients, and with the right data access rights, with the right transparency. And we work with different organizations in the country. So again, as part of Vision 2030, multiple organizations are working together to provide this value. So on the data and AI, and by the way, Saudi Arabia is a leader in the global index for artificial intelligence because of the introduction of different standards, regulation, and the work that Sadaya, for example, is doing in Saudi Arabia. So great opportunity comes with great responsibility for us to ensure this data.
One of the things, and I'm very mindful that I don't want you to be telling your colleagues anywhere else in the world how to do what they need to do, but one of the biggest challenges and perhaps opportunities presented by the development of technology deals with serving underserved, underbanked people all over the world, particularly in developing economies. Here is an opportunity, in my view, to, in some spaces, leapfrog. So people who were completely out of the banking sector almost entirely, to potentially being able to have access to smaller amounts of credit, which are more safely managed than cash or these lenders who charge exorbitant rates of interest. Is this such an opportunity, and how do we make sure that in a developing economy context, we're able to provide some of those safety nets which some more of the more sophisticated economies may do more easily?
Absolutely, it's a great opportunity. And again, the role of big tech, in addition to the partnership with local fintechs, can address this type of business need for the underserved, for the smaller users of the financial sector. So microfinance is an extremely important opportunity and value that can be provided to different communities around the world. And of course, in Saudi Arabia, it's extremely important for us to address the different segments and sectors, whether it is retail consumers to SMEs, which is a very important segment and growing segment in Saudi Arabia. And we need to make sure that this combination of partnership between big tech and local organizations, fintechs, and existing financial services providers work together to understand this need, to create the right value by introducing products that will meet these segments' requirements.
You've touched a little bit on this throughout our conversation, but as we draw to a close, I'd just like to ask you two things in terms of next stage challenges and next stage opportunities that we need to make sure we keep our eye on so that we are learning from the mistakes of the past, but also building more sustainability going forward. Two of each.
Absolutely. Again, opportunity is great in Saudi Arabia and in the Middle East as a whole. The opportunity to serve clients that are looking for financial services that today are not being served because the cost to serve them is quite high. So that's a great opportunity. The second opportunity is to utilize the data to customize these services to meet so that the cost to serve is not very high. The challenges, again, with the use of technology is always there. We just need to make sure that the regulation is there, that compliance to the regulation is there, that the right governance in organizations is there and is properly followed.
Excellency, can you believe 10 minutes has gone already? I thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you so very much. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Enjoyed that as much as you did, I hope. Thank you very much. Certainly, opportunities abound, left, right, and center, if you will. And one of those perhaps has to do with looking at wealth and how one can ensure that we are reshoring some of that local wealth. John Defterius is the gentleman who's going to be tasked with having that conversation, because as we all appreciate, it's different depending on which part of the world you're in. We're dealing with different challenges. There is no doubt that a lot of the opportunities we're going to be seeing, not just when it comes to minerals or tourism or the financial sector, almost you can name it, is going to be coming from the MENA region, from this part of the world, and many would argue, particularly here in Saudi Arabia. So what that looks like moving forward when it comes to personal wealth, well, let's find out. John Defterius is going to have that conversation. John, where are you? There you are.
Good afternoon, Tumi. Thanks very, very much. I have an excellent panel, and I'll introduce them in just a moment. Please take a seat, Faris. Arnaud, you're right there.
Thank you.
This is a simple concept, but it's a very important one. And in fact, it's one that's near and dear to my heart because, as many of you know, I'm teaching a course now at New York University, Abu Dhabi, looking at the GCC and the traits it would take to become a global emerging market hub for finance, trade, and energy, including the energy transition. So the big picture, what's the DNA that's needed? Well, one key component that the kingdom is thinking of, and rightfully so, is reshoring wealth. It used to be like if you sat on, for the ultra high net worth individual, sat on wealth, you had to deploy it to Asia or to Europe or to the United States. But great ideas come from simplicity, and this is one of them. It's like, why don't you keep the capital here and then serve your citizens correctly? Let's give a warm welcome to Faris Al Ghanem. He's the Chief Executive Officer for HSB Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Arnaud Leclerc is the partner for the Group Managing Director of Lombard Odier Group Switzerland, based in Dubai. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I was suggesting here, Faris, that it's a simple concept, but one, if you're putting together the building blocks of a Vision 2030 plan, it is quite important, right? If you have confidence in your banking sector, you see the growth taking place at home, there's no reason to say, I want to do it here. What does that mean in practice for HSBC and this reshoring, in your view, from the private sector? How does it fit into Vision 2030, as I was talking about?
Yeah. Thank you, John. Happy to be here. Assalamu alaikum. Let me take a step back, maybe to set the scene as we target the question you raised. So I think in the last few years, with the restriction on mobility and movement, digitization in the wealth management industry has accelerated and fast-tracked, catching up with the digitization that took place in other areas of wealth and banking industry. And that, as a result, has made wealth management much more global, and which is quite, in comparison to other sectors, of course, the restriction has resulted in regionalization and localization, but that's not the case for wealth. It actually went a bit more global, and of course has made the industry more competitive. I was myself in Asia last week, and I visited two of the prominent and largest hubs in that part of the world and at a global level. And I could feel the intensity of competition in wealth management as well as in other areas, but particularly wealth has intensified in the last 2 years. Although, as we all know, that part of the world has even much more restriction of mobility and so on. So that on one end. On the other end, Saudi market is by far the largest in this region in terms of wealth. There are many estimates and many institutions who have views on the size of it, but it all is around the total household wealth of 2 trillion plus. And of course, that's not all managed under the banner of wealth, but that's the total bucket, and that makes
that bucket is here in the GCC?
In Saudi Arabia specifically.
Wow.
And that actually makes it probably, not only the largest, but it's double the size of the second largest in the region in terms of total size. So sizable market, competitive one at a global level with digitization and access. I think that makes the opportunity right now and the need for thinking of agenda of how to actually compete as Saudi market on the wealth and managing the wealth of Saudi clients a priority and an opportunity at the same time. And maybe last point here is when we talk about wealth management, I think it's important, or naturally the minds will go straight into the wealth itself and how Saudi market can compete to bring the wealth down to the kingdom. But I think the attractiveness here or the subject is wider than that. I think we, as a market, what we want to compete on managing the wealth, servicing the wealth, shoring the wealth, if you wish, and the legal structure we use to house that wealth, and ultimately the wealth itself. But each layer of what I just described right now has a value on its own and is something that has benefits for the Saudi market and the Saudi objectives.
Very good. In that opening comment that I made, albeit a brief one, Arnaud, I was talking about the geopolitical context in which we work today. If you think of the traditional financial centers of wealth management, to me, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Asia, of course, Switzerland, the roots of Lombard Odier, the UK, obviously, and a lot of the different financial centers of Europe. What do you think is the context now why this works for Saudi Arabia at this juncture? And what does it mean attaching products to it at the same time? Faris touched upon it. It's not just saying, I can manage your wealth, but what exposure, what tools, what options am I giving to the wealth management business here?
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. And Faris, you said a very good word, which was onshoring rather than reshoring. I think as far as private wealth management is concerned, it probably should be more actually, that we attract here in the region as of today, whilst corporate finance and other aspects of banking are strong here and are growing fast. But that is not the case yet for wealth management. If you consider just one number to build on what you were saying, that total assets in the Middle East, okay, should reach by 2026 15.2 trillion. Out of that, 6.3 trillion should be in financial wealth. That's the magnitude of what we're talking about, bearing in mind that Saudi is by itself much richer and much bigger than all the other GCC combined.
Wow, so it's 1/3 of it is in Saudi Arabia, basically.
That's huge, okay? But if you step back a little bit, there are indeed some geopolitical aspects and many changes. But more than that, There is no country in the world, I think, or no city in the world, thinking of London or in history, that could build and could sustain over time a strong economy without having a very strong wealth management and keeping the money of the wealth and managing the money of the wealth. You know, as Mark Twain, writer, said, history does not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Okay? So that, I think, for the future of this region and somehow also for the future of the Middle East within a more global context, that is something which is critically, strategically important to build for the country. Okay? Now, in this context, as you were rightfully saying, things are moving outside. We're not just here in Saudi or in the GCC. And the fact is that for a number of reasons, London, even Switzerland to some extent, and Singapore and Hong Kong are losing shine in terms of wealth management. Losing shine doesn't mean that they are disappearing. Still about 1/3, there's debate 25% or 1/3 of the private wealth in the world is still managed out of Switzerland. So that's huge also in itself, okay? And that remains. But close to Ukraine and the war, the reaction of some countries, including Switzerland, which created a big debate even recently about how should Switzerland react to the sanctions, to which extent Switzerland should be neutral or less neutral, or following, NATO or the countries. I'm sure you've seen that in some of newspapers.
I thought that the most interesting one is that we're going to build weapons of destruction, but you can't use them in a war.
Yeah,
I didn't quite understand that one, but another conversation.
That's typically Swiss. Okay,
very Swiss.
We need to.
We'll sell you the weapons.
We're a little more time. Yeah, we can't using for war. Yeah, that's something. But you're right. But joke aside, yes, they are losing shine. We're still very important, but people because post-COVID we changed a lot. I think, and frankly speaking, I think talking to some leaders in the region here, in the banking sector, governments, some finance ministers, they have really now, I think, got the point that wealth management is absolutely critical to build onshore. That was not the case before. You think of banking, when you think of financing infrastructure, you think of financing, your real estate, your companies, bringing industry here, but not so much wealth management. No, it's coming after maybe. And now that's coming, and that's coming big, and it's a really big challenge for all of us.
Good. Okay, I'm going to ask you, because we have 15 minutes left and we want a lot of territory to cover, try to keep your answers to 2 minutes or less for this remaining section, and then also you're welcome to pick up on each other's ideas. One of the things that I know brought up is that what does it mean to a country to reshore? And Faris, I know this is something that you're looking at as the CEO of HSBC in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
What does it offer, and how do you build a value chain? Because it also requires the talent necessary to be able to offer that here at the same time. So what do you think it does offer Saudi Arabia to have that sort of wealth, $2 trillion managed on your sands?
So the Saudi, of course, we all know about the Vision 2030 and the different programs that come under 2030. But one of the key programs is the Financial Sector Development Program, the FSDP. And the FSDP has many set objectives for the year 2030 and commitments for the year 2025. But an underlying objective or direction that the FSDP is pushing towards is making Saudi Arabia a financial hub at a global level and the financial hub in the region. And an important component of any financial hub is that it provides to people that are within the proximity of the hub, but also beyond the region, access to financial tools and investment within that same region or even beyond at a global level. So wealth management and the development of wealth management will be a very important component in the kingdom realizing that objective of the FSDP program. Separate and parallel to that, the kingdom itself needs to be a destination and attraction for many investment around the world. And that includes attracting wealth from the people and the clients that exist in Saudi Arabia, but also from other geographies and parts of the world. So the more the kingdom is able to establish itself and provide the tools, including the asset management tools that attract wealth, naturally that will result in a big portion of that wealth either staying or coming to the kingdom for the first time. And that is going to pour into the needed financing and investment that the country will have to attract and retain in order to deliver the huge capex and investment program that the vision is working on.
It's very interesting to watch. So I want to ask you from an international banker's standpoint, I talked about the financial centers of the world today, and I've heard aspirations in various channels here that they're expecting the population to be 100 million by 2050 from 38 today. So that's explosive population growth. Can it be, Arnaud, in your view, a Hong Kong, a Singapore, a Geneva here? Is that realistic to suggest if you're building up the financial sector? London's got, huge in terms of market cap. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Saudi is, of course, taking huge giant, steps, in many regards. Leapfrog, we heard also this morning.
While they're sprinting, so large steps while they're sprinting, right?
But you see, we have to be specific about what we're talking about. What is wealth management? Don't worry, I'm not starting, a speech about that. But basically, you have two segments which are very important. One, which is represented by Faris, which is, I would say, the universal banks, okay, having a premium, so to say, segment within their business, which is HSBC does a lot of things from corporate finance and so on, and they have a segment which is premium private banking, okay? The other way to look at it is a pure wealth management, okay? That's something which is different, which maybe not people do not perceive. And allow me to be a bit provocative here, okay? To take a wrong image, but forgive me in advance. If you compare wealth management with a hospital, as an example, a hospital is something which is, you have great professors, nurses, and treatments, okay? But that's a big machine, right? A big machine means a certain pyramid, which means different layers of business. That's the big bank, okay?
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. It is super important for everyone, including for the very wealthy. But pure private banking is a clinic, okay? It's smaller, it's leaner, it's focused on doing only one thing, okay? So you have already two different ways of looking at wealth management, and one is more exclusive, if you wish, and taking care of clients starting from, say, on the average, 10 million or more of private wealth to be invested. And for that, to answer to your point, there is an entire value chain which has to be, before you become Geneva and Singapore, which you can. And I strongly believe that the GCC and Saudi and some other countries around have a chance to do it. You can nail it, okay? I believe that. And I've been traveling to the region for a long time. But you need to have the value chain. Few words of the value chain. Geopolitics, of course, it has to be stable. And the fact that now to be friends with your neighbors is a good start, of course, to bring peace, and so people feel comfortable. Because one thing which is absolutely key in private wealth management is to be long-term. Our bank was founded in 1796, okay? It means that we have some clients for 5 generations, 6, 7 generations already. Patrick Odier, the name, name of the bank, he's the 7th generation banker. So you build that over time, but more importantly is that you must have a certain stability, safety, visibility, which is key in everything that we do. That's point number one.
Okay. Watch your time, because I want to bring in Faris back.
I watch my time. The second is to have the best professionals, to have the expertise, to have the asset allocation, which probably are still today, most likely in Switzerland or in London or elsewhere, but not yet here. Asset allocation, equity research, there is some, but not to that extent. And last but not least, there has to be some leaders, okay, people, individual, that people can identify, that clients, that people in the street can identify, this is, the leader. Faris is the new senior leader in private banking in Saudi, him and a few others. There has to be a name. People know, the top bankers, especially in private banking.
Oh, so it's a trust factor is what you're suggesting.
Indeed.
Okay, so Faris, I'm looking at an infrastructure build out, for example, here, which is extraordinary. The oil sector, the leading exporter in the world, but on a very fast journey to renewables as well. So you're going to have the full value chain, to use Arnaud's saying here. Are you going to develop products if I'm a high net worth individual and I want to deploy assets and say, that's a good infrastructure play, whether it's a GCC-wide play or not? Do you see the products matching to be able to give the opportunity that your clients in the future, HSBC clients, high net worth individuals, will want to be able to offer? And why don't you jump on that, Arnaud, afterwards, of what's the products we're looking for? Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, let me first speak selfishly, and then we can speak about the wider market. But for us in HSBC, and we have a unique setup and presence in the country. We have, of course, SAB, who itself is a shareholder of HSBC Saudi, but also an affiliate of HSBC. And then there is a Lowell Invest, which is an asset management platform. So they can speak about it in more details. But through that wider network, of course, we would like the access and provide access product to investors from all around the world for Saudi infrastructure projects, renewable projects, tourism, etc. But apart from that selfish part for our own business, I think the opportunity here is much larger than a single institution. And it is a reality, and it's something that we should all as a sector work on, that there is a gap between the huge pipeline of opportunities and ambitions that is in the making, and it's not anymore theoretical. The groundwork is taking place. And huge portion of the wealth pool. Many of the ultra-high net worth individual and high net worth individual, if they don't have the vehicles that can, for example, access as a direct investor the PPP pipeline, and the minister today, the finance minister, spoke about 200 deals and 200 PPP projects in the pipeline. So a lot of those individuals, if they don't have the operating vehicle to access these projects, there are no other means to access these projects. So that's where we, as financial sector, ourselves and other institutions, should focus on from now on developing access products that bridge this gap.
Interesting.
And I think that will be one of the tools that will develop wealth management in this country.
Good. Is there a reason for anybody to reshore their money? Now, this is going to be a little bit provocative. If, LO is offering this portfolio today, and you can recruit clients from Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Kuwait just to keep business as usual, but you're actually in the Gulf. So what's the motivation here? Is it to strike a balance to offer what you have into play here, or to expand the product line in the region, or no?
First of all, we are always long-term oriented. Okay, so that's we want to make money for our clients short term, obviously, not long term, but we always look at things long term. Sustainability, we talk about infrastructure, but for us, all the sustainability transitioning is absolutely key, not only to make good, of course, but to make money for our clients. That's a big start. Now, to invest in the region, no one will ever be better than the local banks to do it. Okay, we have to stay humble. We do certain things right, in Swiss banking, which is diversification, to invest on the same topic of infrastructure worldwide. This is our big plus, with a Swiss bank or with us, as you said, with Hello, Lombard Odier, you can invest into Africa, US, Europe, in many different fields. But in any region, the best is never an international bank. The best is always the local bank. To finance, they know the people, because it's ultimately, it's not just about, it is about PPPs and projects, but it's about people. Who is running this project? Who is running this infrastructure? Who is, we heard the finance minister talking, and Alex Lehman talking today about implementation. Who implements? That is key. So basically, we are here to offer diversification of investments here. But it is true, and that is maybe the change of paradigm that you have referred to, is that before, until a few years ago, private wealth from Saudi outside was essentially going to us, so to say, and now we're probably only a point of diversification. You see, there's the difference. Still big money, we're still managing a lot, but we're here to diversify, not just to be the prime investment, because here is the growth, and you will never, any client in the world will always make more money and control more his investments or her investments as a lady than in her region. But it's always key to diversify. With whom you diversify and find the best for that. Never keep all your eggs in the same basket. It's not very much finance, but that's the best I can say.
Good. Final question for the panel then. What is the role of the government here to facilitate this reshoring? I'd love to hear your different views from the local level, Faris, and also Arnaud. We only have 2.5 minutes left, so keep your answers in a minute.
So very quickly,
what
John.
needs to happen, do you think?
Honestly, there are things that are already in the making, so let me be more focusing on what needs more attention. First, to start with, I think the market should provide platform for global managers to be present here. And today, there is no framework that enables them to be present unless they establish fully licensed local presence, which in turn puts some practical restriction on the activity they can do here. So actually, in reality, as a result, many of them try to drag wealth clients and deal with them offshore rather than come here under the light and deal
Interesting.
onshore.
Okay, so regulatory change. Yeah.
So the regulatory change. Second is acceleration of the ongoing open up of the capital markets in Saudi Arabia. Today, the kingdom has made brilliant progress in offering more diversity in the public market, which in turn will offer more opportunities for wealth to stay. Last year was a great example when the Saudi primary market had very high level of activity, and that in turn had direct impact on retaining some of the wealth during the year 22 and 21 into the kingdom because there were great investment opportunities. So seeing acceleration to that and enabling the capital markets in the kingdom to offer opportunities beyond Saudi companies, which is an initiative the Capital Market Authority is working on by allowing cross-listing and internationalization of the Saudi exchange, will also help with this agenda. And lastly is, the banking sector. Today there are some practical challenges for attracting wealth from outside. You cannot open a bank account unless you are here resident with presence, etc. So some of the also practical point to be looked at. I see the time is running up, so I'll stop here.
Okay, very good. That means you have about 30 seconds. So you
30 seconds?
You can give Faris a hard time at the end
No,
of...
actually, I 100% agree with what Faris just said.
That makes it easier.
No, but I have something to say, don't forget, don't worry. But fully agreed with everything you said. Basically, today for Saudi to grow and to develop and create or onshore, private wealth here, 3 options. Either you spin off, from an existing, big universal bank, and you spin off the private banking area. Complicated, not easy, and so on, because of politics, because of branding, and so on. So feasible, but you spin off in order to have this kind of lean management that I talked about. Second option is to buy a Swiss bank, to buy something else. Possible. There are some good opportunities maybe, but there is always a risk of legacy. And why would you take a risk of legacy when you are a pure new market, so to say in terms of wealth management expanding? Third option, if I were Saudi today, I would create a private bank, pure play, new brand, and eventually plugged to a Swiss bank or to Swiss institutions or UK institutions, people who know it very well, but that should be 100% Saudi bank or 100% GCC bank. I think something brand new, no legacy, and off you go.
In the private sector focus?
In the private sector.
What an interesting idea. What a fantastic panel. We kind of ran through 25 minutes in a hurry because you had so much to say. But really, a different way of thinking of the banking sector for Saudi Arabia. Faris, I've been coming here for 30 years covering it. It's like awakening a sleeping giant, and I tell you, the banking sector is on the run for it as well. So I have to commend the Ministry of Finance for convening these sessions because it's thinking out of the box is what they're after. Can we give a nice round of applause to Faris Al-Ghanam and Dr. Arnaud Leclerc. Nice to see you. We're going to continue our next session here in an interview that you'll definitely want to see. Gentlemen, thanks for being so thorough with your analysis today. And I'm going to bring back our Master of Ceremonies, who's not only going to take care of the rest of the sessions. I'll be back looking at the debt management journey at 5 o'clock here with a fantastic guest who's talking about having a debt management committee. They're doing it in Saudi Arabia and doing it very well. So I'll see you then. Can I welcome back to the stage Tumi Makaba? Let's give her a nice welcome back to the stage. Thanks very much.
That conversation about debt management, so I'll be paying very close attention. This conversation, however, is going to be specifically about private equity. But before we talk about private equity, I have a bit of a trivia question for you. What do you do when you find yourself in Antarctica, as one does, and you need to buy some coffee? Where do you get cash? Well, obviously, anywhere in the world, when you need cash, you go to the ATM. And yes, lo and behold, there are 2 ATMs in Antarctica where you can withdraw money because at some times of the year, they have coffee shops. Who knew? So now you can plan your next holiday to Antarctica. I think that would be quite an interesting expedition. Right. Coming back to things here and now, the question of private equity. We all know that a couple of years ago, it was really, really good times for private equity. They were making a lot of money, they were growing. And then things slowed down a little bit, and we can safely say that the past year has been quite a challenging period for private equity. So how do we take a closer look at what comes next for that part of the financial sector? Well, of course, I'm not going to be having this conversation by myself. I'm joined by David M. Rubenstein, who's the co-founder and co-chairman of the board of the Carlyle Group. David, good afternoon our time. I suspect it may be morning for you, and welcome to the program. Good to have you.
My pleasure to be here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today.
Yeah, we miss you, but we're really pleased that you can still speak with us. We're certainly looking forward to your view. So, as I mentioned in my introduction, a couple of years ago, it was really good times for private equity. Things calmed down a little bit. Sustainable investing is obviously an important area of growth when you look at the broader question, not just around ESG, but where the world is moving. Other areas of growth that'll be interesting for private equity?
Well, private equity, I think, is in reasonable shape. Clearly, it's more challenging to raise money today and more challenging to get the money invested. But the private equity firms, I think, are in pretty good shape. And private equity, compared to 10 years ago or 20 years ago, has really grown dramatically because the rates of return have been very good over the last 10, 20, 30 years or so. Today, there are a lot of good opportunities. Obviously, because of what's going on in the financial sector, there will be some distressed opportunities that private equity, as it did in 07, 08, 09, will probably find ways to take advantage of in the sense of investing in these distressed opportunities. And beyond distress, there are a number of really attractive opportunities in financial services, healthcare, and technology is now much less expensive than it was a few years ago. And so there's some very good opportunities in technology as well, particularly artificial intelligence, for example.
So one of the things that you talked about this sort of rapid growth a few years when it came to private equity, but the opportunities that are presented now will probably result in some significant growth as well. So let's talk about that growth. One can grow in terms of the investments and the organization itself grows. But sometimes there's a lot to be said about small, allowing for agility and movement and allowing for organizations to rapidly turn. Is this kind of growth, not just from a revenue and an investment perspective, a good thing, but from a size perspective, a good thing or a hindrance?
Well, the private equity firms have grown largely over the last couple of years, in part because investors have continued to want to increase their allocations of private equity. So nobody is forcing people to invest in private equity, but private equity allocations have increased by sovereign wealth funds, public pension funds, private family offices, national pension funds in recent years. It used to be 20 or 30 years ago that people had very small allocations of private equity. It was considered alternative and too risky to put too much money in. Today, you see allocations to private equity of 10, 20, 30% or so by large endowments or the equivalent of that. So I think private equity is in pretty good shape. And I think it's different than it used to be where it was considered alternative. Now private equity is considered mainstream. Anybody who's an investor in almost any part of the world is likely to have a private equity allocation. And private equity doesn't just mean buyouts. In Europe and the Middle East, and to some extent the Far East, the phrase private equity means buyouts. In the United States, we often use the same phrase to mean anything that's a private investment, including growth capital, venture capital, distressed debt, opportunistic real estate, and things like that.
Let's talk a little bit about something you touched on just now, and perhaps underpinning a lot of the conversations that we've had today and in other spaces as well, and that is the question of tech innovation and how private equity not just maximizing the use of tech innovation, but as a growth opportunity in and of itself.
Well, private equity, if you include venture capital as part of private equity and growth capital, has been at the forefront of investing in new technology developments, of course. Most of the largest technology companies in the United States are ones that were fostered initially by venture capital money. And that the hope that you can find another Microsoft, Apple, Google, or so forth, I think fuels the idea that it's a pretty good idea to invest in venture capital, particularly with some very good venture capital firms. And I think a lot of the venture capital firms are now obviously have some challenges with some of their portfolio because the values are reduced from where they were a year or so ago. But we've seen this before, and I suspect the United States and other parts of the investing world is not going to be deterred from and giving money to venture capital firms or to technology companies, because in the end, that's where the greatest growth is likely to come from. We have new areas of technology that weren't around 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, and they're going to see a fair amount of money coming into that area.
One of the things that I think may be of consideration when it comes to the private equity space is this question of a change in public opinion and a change in the opinions of lawmakers as well, not just when it comes to private equity, but looking at the financial sector as a whole and what happens or doesn't happen with investments as well as to people's money. This change in opinion, change in perception, and change in understanding, what does it in actual fact mean for private equity? Is it something people are looking at or thinking about with concern, with trepidation?
You mean with respect to what's going on in the financial markets?
Yeah, in terms of what's going on with financial markets and the fact that those movements are causing a lot of changes in opinions of lawmakers and the public when it comes to the financial sector more broadly and private equity potentially as well.
Well, I think generally the large private equity firms are not right now being blamed for the financial disarray that exists in some parts of the market. Clearly, there is a view that some of the banks, some of the, particularly Silicon Valley Bank, may have been too heavily focused on the venture capital world, and the venture capital world may have put too much of its money into this one bank. And clearly there'll be investigations to figure out what went wrong. But overall, I don't see the federal regulators now saying that private equity firms are to blame for what has happened so far. We all in the private equity world are looking at our own investments, making certain that if we need to shore some of them up, we will. But I don't really see a systemic problem with the private equity markets as they now exist relating to the financial markets. Now, no doubt, private equity firms have invested in banks and other financial service companies, and clearly some of those investments now are probably a little depressed from where they were before. But generally, I think the private equity firms are feeling reasonably good about their ability to come in and shore up some of the weaker investments. And there's also opportunities now to go in and buy things at discounts. So, for example, Silicon Valley Bank is now selling off some of its assets, and I suspect private equity firms will be among those considering buying them, and probably some of those assets will be bought by private equity firms. Private equity firms are able to move pretty quickly. They have pretty good balance sheets themselves, the publicly traded ones, for example. And I do think that private equity is not now seen as a cause of the systemic risk that you might see in the financial markets.
One of the things, David, that when you're talking about private equity firms is the question of short-term returns. Now, one of the focus areas globally, and almost irrespective of which sector you're speaking about, is the question of ESG. And ESG, arguably, and in some circles, means that there has to be a slower, more deliberate, more concerted effort to look at how you invest, what you're investing in, and making sure that the principles of ESG are being adhered to. Generally speaking, would you say that there is a broader comfort within the PE space to forego some of those shorter-term profits or earnings in order to ensure that the ESG principles are adhered to? Because in the long run, the argument is that it'll be beneficial in any event.
Well, many of the large private equity firms, including my own, have made major efforts to build their ESG teams. And in Carlyle, for example, we have a very large ESG team and looks at everything that we do. When we look at a deal, we put our ESG team to looking at what needs to be done to the company if we're going to buy it, what needs to be improved in ESG areas. When we buy the company, if we do, what we can do to make the ESG practices better are things that we examine and so forth. So it is very important. I think private equity firms recognize that ESG is here, but I recognize as well that there's been a backlash against ESG lately in some circles. So I don't want to make it sound like we at the private equity world are obsessed with ESG to the point where we don't look at anything else. ESG is an important factor, and we don't want to make investments that are seen as destroying the environment or doing other kind of things or don't pay attention to DEI or things like that. But it's an important factor in all of the things we do now in private equity. 30 years ago, it wasn't such a big deal. When I started Carlyle, the concept of ESG wasn't really relevant. Today, it's relevant for all the private equity firms, and I do think that we're doing a much better job in this area than we did before. In terms of long-term relationships, private equity is basically a type of investment that is looking for what is traditionally considered long-term, which would be 4 to 6 or 7 years in duration. There are some people who think that we can make very good returns by investing for longer terms than that, and we have some funds at our firm where the intended holding period might be 10 years or so, and there are some investments and some private equity firms that are holding on for even longer than 10 years or so. But generally, I'd say somewhere between 4 to 10 years is probably a reasonable hold for a private equity firm. And during that period of time, you can implement pretty good ESG practices.
With all of that said that we've spoken about, David, what would you say then are the expectations when you're looking at the Saudi private equity market?
Well, the Saudi private equity market is one that we did invest in at Carlyle a number of years ago. We had a fund to invest in the Middle East, and it was basically a fund that was more or less focused on the Gulf because that's where the greatest opportunities were. We actually had 4 areas. It was Northern Africa, it was Levant area, it was Turkey, and it was the Gulf. But there weren't that many opportunities other than in Turkey and in the Gulf. But at the time when we had the fund, some more than 10 years ago or so, we found there were very few opportunities. And we have just recently exited our last opportunity, which was a investment in the Domino's franchise in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. And that would turn out to be a pretty good rate of return, but it was a long hold period of time. The world has changed since we raised our Middle East fund about 10 years ago or so. And the world now of private equity is much more established in the Middle East and in the kingdom. And today, I think it's possible, where it wasn't maybe 10 years ago, to raise a dedicated fund for private equity investment in the kingdom and in the Gulf from money outside of that area. In other words, it used to be the only place you could raise money for investments in the kingdom was probably in the kingdom. Now I think you can raise money other parts of the Gulf and other parts of the world for investments in the kingdom. What's going on in the kingdom now is truly revolutionary in the sense that the culture has changed a bit. The investment environment has changed a bit. Large sovereign wealth funds there, like PIF, have made it much more welcoming to invest in the region and have done many things to encourage people like us to invest there.
There's certainly a sense that there is huge appetite, not just from a private equity perspective, but just from a general investment equity, because the movement and the activity is going to be here, certainly for the next decade. The focus is going to be in this part of the world. We're just about out of time, David. If I can just ask you one last question. If you're looking broadly speaking at what we need to be focusing on when it comes to private equity, let's say, for argument's sake, in the medium term, so 3 to 5 years, what would you say that is?
In the kingdom or elsewhere?
I think if you can give me both, please.
Well, in the kingdom, I think it needs to be clear that regulations and rules are now more welcoming to private equity, as I think they are and becoming more so, and that it's possible to get investment professionals who have experience to want to live in the kingdom, and I think that's increasingly the case. And I do think that getting good people, making certain the infrastructure is there, and making certain the exit opportunities are there for private equity investments, I think is an important way to make sure that private equity grows in the kingdom and in the Gulf. And I think that's a very important consideration. Before, we'd found it very difficult to find private equity experienced professionals. I think more of them are now coming to the Gulf, and I think it's possible to recruit them now. So I think it's much different than it was 10 or 15 years ago.
David, we're going to have to leave it there, believe it or not. 15 minutes flew by just like that. We do wish you could have been here, but thank you so much for making time to join us remotely. And I'm going to ask them to give you a round of applause of thanks nonetheless. And hopefully next time around, we'll get to see you in person. David Rubenstein, everybody. Thank you.
Hope to be there in person. Thank you very much for having me.
We look forward to seeing you. Take care. And with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break, as I'm sure you're aware. There are some expert-focused sessions, which I hope you will go and participate in. And we continue with discussions right after those, so please be sure to be back for resumption at 4:15. See you later.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a panel later in the day, and I know people are watching us from around the world, and we have our audience here too. It's been quite an eventful day, so I'm going to get straight to this panel here, which is about the transition to a more greener world, but also, more importantly, financing that vision of a greener world. I'm joined by a highly esteemed set of voices this afternoon. Allow me to introduce Constance Charles-Shah, the Head of Company Engagement at BNP Paribas, Martina Chung, the President at S&P Global Ratings, Jad Elloun, the Regional Head at Brookfield Asset Management, and Sjoerd Lienhart, who is the Global Head of Corporate Banking at JP Morgan. Just give us a warm round of applause, please. I'm going to start with the news today. Markets are selling off, and so I want to tie in the challenge that global investors are facing with higher rates and liquidity that's drying up, and kind of bring that to the theme of the panel today. So I'd like to start with you, Constance, in terms of, to what extent this is going to be a real obstacle for some of the big plans that you design every day with your team.
Well, I think today and what happened over the weekend as well is a very interesting story. I think what we are doing in the energy sector is a Herculean task. It's to pivot the sector to do three things. One is beefing up very fast renewable energy. Secondly, it's to find a suitable and less CO2 emitting version of fossil fuel, and mostly through synthetic fuel, biofuel, but also the hydrogen chain. And third, it's to invest massively in the low carbon solutions. And to do this, while some technologies are mature enough and appeal to investors through capital markets, others still need to be scaled up before they can be financially and commercially relevant. And that's where the sector, the energy sector at large, has a role to play, because they do have the industry knowledge, the engineering know-how, but also the R&D expertise to really accelerate and scale up the early stage technology. I would also say that we're seeing very interesting models today when it comes to how to limit the risk, but scale up quite fast. We're seeing competitors of the same industry aligning forces around a project, for example, the Northern Star project in Norway. But we're seeing also value chain gathering partnership. We're currently working on a project for green hydrogen applied to green steel, and it's super interesting.
And we'll unpack some of that later on in the panel as well. Martina, could I get you to weigh in here on the difficulty that the industry faces in realizing some of the greener dreams, given the reality in global markets today?
Yeah, well, I think it's important first to understand the enormity of the ecosystem around this. So banks play a role, private equity, asset managers play a role, and so the sources of funding, I think, are highly diversified. We looked at, let's say, globally last year, at the end of the year, there was about 250 billion in dry powder in the private equity space for energy transition, for example. So you add that to things like the IRA, the European Global Gateway Plan, here in Saudi Arabia, for example, Vision 2030, and you begin to have a picture of a very, very diversified set of funding sources, which I think, notwithstanding some of the challenges we're seeing today, still provide ample support for energy transition.
Chad?
So Yusuf, I think we're going to keep doing what we do all the time, which is build high quality and acquire high quality assets. And what we find is that regardless of market movements, liquidity always follows those types of assets. And so we've seen that both regionally and internationally. Liquidity may dry up at times, but for the right transactions, we always have the right partners for the financing on that.
Sjoerd?
I think it's going to get done, this transition, because it's so essential for the world. But I think it's not going to be insignificant how how we managed to get it done. And I think the recent events have not helped because it brings in more volatility, and we need sort of stable markets to do a lot of the financing that's needed. And also, I think possibly the banking sector will be more regulated on the back of this. And it's already quite heavily regulated. So their ability to lend on the back of these events will certainly not increase. So together with a global world where a lot of governments are doing quantitative tightening, so that source of demand for financing is not there, I think it will be quite a task to get all the financing together, notwithstanding all the different sources that are available, given the enormous scale of the effort that needs to be done.
Let me follow up short, just in terms of finding the balance between investing and allocating into some of the greener projects versus the more traditional carbon-intensive ones. How are you doing things at JP Morgan? What's working, what's not working?
Yeah, when you read Jamie's shareholder letter, which he's been writing for more than 15 years, in the last one he's writing about that we need to provide energy in a secure and affordable way to the world while working on this very important transition. And also in his public speaking, he's indicated that our belief is that we cannot make this transition too quickly, simply because the world will need energy. The needs will outstrip the supply, and therefore the traditional sources of energy will continue to play a role. So we're trying to find a middle way in disincentivizing our clients to do the really bad stuff, but at the same time acknowledge that there is transitioning needed, and we need to help our clients finance that and move to a greener profile.
Martina, could I get you to weigh in on this as well, from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting point that's being raised. Talk about it as sort of green, brown, etc. S&P hosted CERAWeek last week, and a lot of the dialogue that took place there was the realization of energy security has hit home, or the need for energy security. B, that means that we're looking at a scenario where peak oil, for example, is further out potentially than any of us might have thought, say 2 years ago. And then, number three, there's a slow realization, I think, much more gradual acceptance that, something like natural gas plays a more important role when you look at it as an alternative to coal. So I think there's a better awareness, education, understanding of the pace at which this could go to the point that's been made, and it's one of the things that I think will be worked through gradually over the next several years. So, in a nutshell, the transition it can't just be investing in new renewables. It also has to be transitioning existing sectors, adaptation, remediation, etc.
So my understanding, Jad, is that Brookfield has, 65 gigawatts of diversified energy portfolio, and you've got quite a bit of dry gunpowder that you can put to work. What's the debate like at Brookfield around which projects to say yes to and which ones to decline?
So what I'd start by saying is we've raised the world's largest global transition fund to begin with, particularly for this reason, to be investing in the transition. Now, we look at it as a transition, which means that it'll be a process, a continuing spectrum throughout which we need to continue to invest.
But where do you find, how do you balance that out? I think that's kind of what I want to get to.
On the one hand, we'll continue to invest in green energy because that is the foundation of everything that we are looking to do. On the second hand, we're looking at business transformations. And I think we've mentioned that in order to reach net zero, you need to go to where the emissions are. And so some of that capital will go towards the likes of carbon capture in order to reduce all that to net zero by 2050.
Constance, if I can kind of flesh out the work that you're doing at BNP Paribas, because the bank's been ranking very competitively amongst its peers in terms of setting the agenda together with JP Morgan. Run me through whether there is a specific ratio that you're following up on, because setting targets is based on targets that are relative. It doesn't necessarily apply to everyone, and we don't all agree on what the standard is. So describe that to us, please.
So the first thing is we've made a clear choice is really to support massive scale-up of renewable. And today, when you look at our balance sheet, exposure and the financing of renewable already outweighs by 20% financing of upstream oil and gas. So that's a very massive commitment, and we want to continue doing this and accelerate on this front. Now, I would agree about the fact that it takes time to transition, and that's why we've been accompanying a lot of the energy players in their transition. I think a great example of transition is what is done here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think they're taking it by the book and looking at every single possible thing that can be done, from reducing CO2 emissions, energy efficiency, carbon capture, but also investment into replacement type of energies such as hydrogen. And we are accompanying this from early stage developments to debt advisory and access to sustainable market. And as you probably know, through the Bloomberg rating, we've been last year the leader in green bond. We strongly believe that green bond is a fantastic tool if they're done in a robust manner to really accelerate the transition.
Short, I just want to go back to you and get the JP Morgan view on this. And just for our audience as well, for additional perspective. So I was looking through the Bloomberg NEF report. And what became clear last week is that much of the finance industry's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions has yet to be calculated. Hardly any major banks and asset managers provide estimates for the emissions of their stock and bond underwriting. That may soon change, though. What's your take?
Well, we certainly, since 2020, we set up the Center for Carbon Transmission within our bank, and we committed to act in line with the Paris Agreement out to 2030, and then the Net Zero Banking Alliance 2050. We selected 3 sectors, which were the most pollutive ones, energy, autos, and oil and gas, autos, and power generation. And we basically have set ourselves aggressive targets to lower the carbon intensity of our clients. So to the extent that we see our clients actively working towards a better profile, we will work with them. But to the extent we see our clients not make any effort, we will, over time, or often quite immediately, exit them. So it puts a good amount of pressure on our clients to be on the journey. So we do have an objective science-based tool to measure our performance, and I have to admit that in the oil and gas sector it's been difficult. In the other sectors it's been easier, but we've got a few more years to get to our 2030 target. And also just now we added aviation, cement and steel, because the Net Zero Banking Alliance requires you to tackle those sectors as well. So every time we do a bond or we do a loan, we will we'll give it a score, basically, a carbon assessment score. Mm-hmm. And that very much drives into our decision whether we want to be involved in the business or not.
Jad, could you talk to me about scaling some of these investments? I mean, you come from the private equity world, and so you can sort of give us a bit of an indication on what it's like to deal with banks at the moment and how keen they are to provide the financing for some of your ambitions.
Well, I think on the banking part, we found that they're very collaborative when it comes to quote-unquote green financing.
But at what price?
Actually, we have examples in the region where it's actually been at a discount to what a conventional type of financing would have been. Now, there are reasons for that. For example, the building that we have in the DIFC is a LEED Platinum building by design. It's one of the few ones that is that in the country and in the region. And so as a result of that, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, is that as long as you are building or acquiring great quality assets, there will be demand for it, either from the equity or the debt side.
Can I just add, Jad, that because you read the research and it says that investment in across the whole energy transition, from renewables to carbon capture, hydrogen, storage, transmission, has to at least triple to really get to the targets. So I agree that today I still see a lot of appetite, but if it has to scale up 3 times in a market backdrop that is not so supportive as it was over the last few years, higher rates, recession, etc., then I think it's going to be, I can see some friction, and I think it's not impossible because you can reprice things to make it more appealing to the markets. But I think this sort of perfect market that we have at the moment, where you can get your financing done quite easily, may not be as easy in 2, 3, 4 years' time.
Martina, would you like to weigh in as well?
I mean, look, I think it's worth pointing out against all of this backdrop that we have 2050 as, I'd say, the most common target. But remember, there are very large countries around the world that go beyond 2050, and so I think we have to appreciate that and understand that that you've got China, India, Saudi Arabia, for example, beyond 2050, and they're taking into consideration some of the unique profiles and characteristics of where they're at. So, look, I think that's one thing to be thoughtful about as we think about this on a global scale. Then the second thing that I think is worth looking at is, when we look at this, some of our teams and the commodity research teams that we have would say that renewables needs to become about 30% of global energy supply by 2050, which is about a 10x multiple of where it is today. But that assumes that 10% of carbon emissions are taken care of through either CCS or direct air capture. And so I'm bringing us back full circle to the first point that I made, is that the use of those funds in adaptation remediation is really, really critical. And the IPCC has published recently saying their estimate is about 8% of the money that's being spent today is actually being spent in adaptation and remediation. So there's a lot of pieces that have to come together to make this happen globally.
Yeah, if I can step in, I think what's going to happen as there is a growth of the financing in this sector is an exacerbation of what exists already, which is a real gap between the top players and the laggards. I mean, our BNP Paribas research shows that in the energy sector today, that's where you have the greatest gap between the ESG darlings and the laggards. And I was reading a private equity research where clearly on portfolios, they're starting to see a real overperformance of ESG champions versus the average. So I think we're aiming at a world where there's going to be a polarization of assets. And as you were rightly saying, I think the top quality assets, top quality stocks will clearly be overperforming, strong appetite, whereas on the laggard side, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Jed, I can see you nodding there.
I mean, I agree. It's the premise on which we run our business, which is stick to great quality assets, and you will outperform the general market. Going back to the scale point, there's a number of ways in which this is scalable. I think number one, we're seeing a lot of opportunities in helping corporations electrify themselves through renewable energy, rather than drawing down on non-renewable sources. That's one of the avenues we're seeing. The second is, as we've been discussing, on carbon capture. Of the fund that we raised, which was, excuse me, $15 billion, half of it got deployed in the first year. So we think it's an absolutely scalable sector to be investing within.
Sure, in terms of the progress in the region, I mean, we're here in Riyadh, so I think it's important to kind of get everybody's view. Even though we talked a little bit about it, I just want to flesh it out in a bit more detail in terms of where you're seeing leadership and where you're seeing institutions or sovereigns lagging, so within the Middle East and North Africa. Maybe you feel more strongly than on one particular point than others, but where is the thinking?
I think when you're very big in oil and gas as a company or as a country, then I think you are currently not always looked at in a fair way. I was reminded of this in COP27 when oil and gas companies were not welcome, chemical companies not really. I'm sure COP28 will be different given where it's hosted, but it's sort of not always acknowledged that they need to be a key part of the solution. And in that sense, I'm excited COP28 is happening here in the GCC. So I think with respect to Saudi, the idea that you go from the most dominant fossil fuel provider to the most dominant renewables provider is an incredibly exciting prospect. And they have the money, they have the sun, the wind, they have the water connections for the hydrogen. So a lot of tools are in place for that transition to happen. And you see that in the UAE, you see it in Saudi. So, but I think the public perception isn't quite there yet because of just the feeling that they're still a large producer of fossil fuel.
Martina, you're making more visits to the region as well. Within your spectrum of responsibilities, could you talk to us a bit more about where you're seeing the upside and the improvement?
Well, I can't necessarily talk about our ratings because I'm separate from the analytical organization, but I think the role that the region plays in the energy story is incredibly important, and I think probably everybody could acknowledge that. So that's a key reason for broader engagement. Obviously, with the performance of the energy sector in the past year or two, that's also a reason why we participated in CERAWeek last week to understand how investor preferences are shifting around hydrocarbons, renewables, et cetera. And it's our job to really understand the needs of our issuers and investors. So lots of time spent on those topics.
Yeah, I mean, my hope was that I would get more answers on some of the laggards as well. But clearly only examples of positive examples and less of the negative examples. But I think about the laggards. Kuwait comes to mind, for example. I think on the leadership side of things, the UAE and Saudi Arabia trying to move things around. Constance, your remit is also quite wide, and I'm wondering what additional examples you could provide where the region is pushing back on some of the narratives that Schwartz is just outlining, right? This idea that just because you're a huge oil and gas producer doesn't mean that everything is negative with a broad paintbrush, but under the hood there are real nuances. It doesn't mean that there's not excess oil and gas, but there's an actual effort that's being made.
So I indeed have a global remit. I would say first that clearly in the region there's lots of very interesting things, and I was very, very, very impressed by the speech of His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy, at the Green Saudi Initiative at COP27. It was really very comprehensive, delivering on every single point, and you can really see a momentum. Now, I do believe that in the next few years, geopolitics and policy making is going to be a game changer in the sector. And what we're seeing is, especially in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act is going to be driving fundamental shifts of capital. I mean, basically, with the IRA, solar as well as wind is going to be way cheaper than already cheap natural gas. And you need to remember that any kilowatt of renewable energy after installation is literally free. So there is going to be a cost efficiency, something making totally economical sense for any type of investment in the US. And that might be shifting a lot of the investment and capital around. So I think let's not minimize the role of what regulation, policy making can do, because we also know that EU is reacting to the IRA.
Jad, do you think there is a need for more regulation that this, rather than putting the onus just on the corporates, that from a government regulation point of view, that there should be, a harsher set of instructions and points of view that could channel more energy into this direction?
I think a lot of this can get solved through economics. And, we have conversations on a daily basis in the region about how we might be helpful to potential partners in reaching our net zero or their net zero ambitions. And what we found is, sometimes when we have conversations about carbon capture or carbon credits, that it's hard to monetize those in the region. And so to the extent that economics can help dictate companies towards that way, we think that's pretty effective.
Short, your take on the capital requirements perhaps from the government? Should they be pushing along some of the lenders like JP Morgan?
Well, I think we think that probably on average about 30% of all the spending that will have to happen will come from governments or government incentives. So that on that front they're playing a very important role, but it's also through other tools. Simple things like, for example, permissioning, just speeding up the ability for people to build stuff. It's a huge issue. Building out the transmission networks. In many, many countries, it's the big obstacle to really scaling things. The development agencies, the export agencies, they're going to have to play a really, really important role, and they're often also government-directed. I think, and the last point is particularly important because a lot of the carbon emission is in emerging market countries, so the financing will be particularly tough there. So there you'll see the role of these agencies as particularly relevant.
Martina, some closing thoughts from you on this particular angle?
Yeah, on this one, I think I would say maybe in addition to the points mentioned, let's not discount the need for some consistency in disclosures from the entities, the issuers, the borrowers themselves. That's how organizations such as yourselves can get transparency into the feasibility of a target, but also the progress against the target. And what goes hand in hand with that is the ability to get good data, et cetera. So I think there's an important role there, and we all are aware of the many, many frameworks that exist out there and the efforts of the ISSB to get to one standard.
All right, we'll leave it there. That's all we have time for. A warm round of applause for our fantastic panelists. And thank you to our lovely audience for your patience and enthusiasm. Thanks.
Thank you very much to Yusuf and his panel. And I think certainly I'm going to use this opportunity before we begin our next panel discussion to do a little bit of a recap of the day that we've had today. What I found personally quite interesting were some of the perspectives that have been shared on numerous fronts. One, and it seems to be a recurring and running theme through a number of sectors globally, is this need for better cooperation, better collaboration across sectors, and looking at how we strengthen platforms when it comes to regulation, when it comes to legislation, but also improving access, right? I think that for me was quite key. But I also think that ESG is becoming increasingly important. I don't know how many of you were in the room when we spoke a little bit earlier about the private equity question. But ESG has become key in so many sectors. We're all on boards. We all have that conversation time and time again. But I think more broadly, and perhaps more importantly than ESG for the sake of ESG, is also looking at how it's changing the way we think about business, the way we think about how we're going to fund or finance business activities, but also how we require governance or improved governance, whether it be from a legislative perspective or whether it is from a corporate perspective, how businesses are thinking about how they interact from a governance perspective.
I'm certainly looking forward when we are back in the room also tomorrow, looking ahead to conversations about how we marry the greening of economies. I'm sure you're looking forward to hearing from the World Bank about how they're thinking about greening economies around the world. But I think more importantly is also looking how greening is no longer that nice to do, nice to have. I think there are some fundamental and real opportunities for growth and investment in that sector as well. So I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how that evolves. One of the things that I haven't been able to do, and perhaps we might have opportunity to do so when we're back on stage, is also get a little bit of a better sense from the audience about what you think on the question of the impact that the financial sector can have, not just when it comes to increased and growing investment here in Saudi Arabia, but looking at how they restructure the sector as a whole and how it can be better used, I suppose, and be an improved tool when we're looking at growth in investments. Coming from the developing world, I don't know how many of you were in the room when I mentioned, but I come from South Africa, and we are having a number of challenges. Is our minister here? Okay, so I can say it. He's not here in the room right now. One of the challenges that we have, I'm sure you are aware, is electricity. We've had rolling blackouts, which has meant that business doesn't work. People can't get around as easily, people can't do businesses. In some instances, businesses have had to shut down purely because they're just not getting trade through the door, whether it's just general football, people walking through, or people actively wanting to get in their cars and go and do shopping. Now, that seems like a trivial thing for those of us who like shopping. I'll confess, I'm not a fan of shopping. But those of us who do think, oh, it's trivial. But you all appreciate, working in this sector, that it has a knock-on effect, right? So if you can't trade, it means that you can't employ. If you can't employ and make money, it means that people don't have jobs, people lose jobs, they're not able to feed and take care of their families. So what impact are we able to see? Maybe Saudi Arabia is a good example of this. What impact are we able to see, particularly in the developing economies of the world, on how what is being done in Saudi Arabia with this singularity of focus, if I can put it that way, with this single-mindedness, I think backed, and as an example is 20-plan strategy vision. Okay, English has left my mouth, my apologies. Vision 2030, what we can learn about how to think of processes and improved ways of growing our respective economies. How do we encourage that singularity of mind, singularity of focus, and singularity of purpose? Sooner rather than later, personally, that's what I would like to see, not just from my country, but certainly others in the developing world as well. Those conversations, I think we're going to have, to some extent, a little bit tomorrow, and I'd like to see exactly how they unfold. It certainly will be a useful exercise and process. So lots to talk about. I hope for you today that it has been interesting and stimulating and exciting and giving you some really good and new ideas about the potential, not just from a risk perspective, but the opportunities as well. Now, when John was on stage a little bit earlier, he threw forward to looking at the debt management question, obviously with a focus on Saudi Arabia. But when you look at what Saudi Arabia's ambition is in the context of becoming a global player, it lends itself to the fact that it's not just debt management in Saudi Arabia, it's debt management all over the world. So I'm looking forward to him joining us soon, I believe in about a minute or so, to talk a little bit about debt management and how that's going to pan out. I think risk, for me personally, would be something that would be important for us to think about, to look at, and to engage on, and perhaps how to better leverage some of that debt. I know we spoke earlier about the challenges that private equity has had, but I think the global financial system is doing a lot of rethinking and rewiring, and I hope that we get an opportunity, not just as speakers and panelists on the stage, but also, I think as individuals, what you are thinking and feeling about what is happening in the financial sector broadly, and perhaps what we haven't thought about in growing and expanding this conversation. So, John, oh, there you are.
As you call, I come.
I know, it was almost like I knew you were coming. I believe you're going to chat a little bit about debt management.
Well, this is very interesting because we were talking earlier about reshoring wealth, right, in the conversation we had this afternoon.
Yeah.
This is a very crucial piece of the puzzle on what most people don't understand is the National Debt Management Committee. and them going to the global market with a lot of global demand. So it's quite fascinating if you're in the financial sector.
I'm so looking forward to seeing how much other countries, organizations, jurisdictions pick up on that trend, because I think that's going to be a big one in the next decade or so.
Well, certainly, because usually handled by the central banks and the
Exactly.
Ministry of Finance, but this was created at the end of 2015, which most people don't know, and it now is its own entity to go to the market, and we're going to discuss how much they've been going to the market in the last couple of years.
I believe I have to let you do your job now.
Okay, nice to see you.
All right, I'll see you later.
And I should have showed up a little bit earlier for you. Tumi Makabo. Yeah, of course. Tumi Makabo, of course, filling in as we got through the meeting with our next guest. This is our fireside area, and a great opportunity to delve into what I was just talking about with Tumi. Let's welcome Hani Al-Madani, who is the head of the National Debt Management Committee here in Saudi Arabia. Come on up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
You know, when I first looked at this session, and I talked to the organizers from Richard Atias and Associates, I said, I'm particularly interested in that topic because I think it's visionary to set up a debt management committee to set the framework, both domestically and internationally. I was suggesting in my comments here that you were formulated at the end of 2015. But what would you place as the major milestones on the journey? Because it's not a long journey, right? Year 8 from formation to where we are today. What are the milestones as you see them? And you had a gigantic offering to start off 2023.
Thank you for that question. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone. I'm glad to be here with you for this session. And thank you for being so late and attending that. It's my pleasure. Back to this.
It's a pretty good crowd for 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Exactly.
So people want to hear from you.
Exactly. So back to your question, it's important to highlight that the DMO has established back in 2015, as you have mentioned. And previously, decades ago, the government used to borrow and execute government borrowing activities through the central bank. This is something maybe not many do know. However, following the best practices, the DMO has been created to ensure that the execution and arrangement for government borrowing activities sits within the Ministry of Finance. The funding services, as what we are doing, basically sits for the favor of the Ministry of Finance. However, our service is also expanded to serve other government entities. The arrangement between all the stakeholders in the public sectors also is part of our mandate, and hence the need and establishment for the National Debt Management Center in 2019. I just wanted to give this background about the National Debt Management Center and its role in serving the government needs in the public side, namely in addition to managing the rating agencies affair, which is something that, or credit rating affair, which is something also that sits within our mandate. Major milestones. One of the main, I would say, milestones that we have started with is establishment of the Sharia compliant Sukuk program back in 2017. Previously, the government used to borrow through conventional bonds, whereby the investor base was limited between 5 to 7 conventional bank in addition to pension funds. Today, having the Sharia compliant program, you are basically expanding the investor base to the 30 million Saudi nationals who can directly access a listed securities directly to the market, which again would definitely support the funding channels for the government. Not only that, but also opening up the domestic market to international investors. We have announced in the third quarter of last year, I believe, the signing up with 5 international primary dealers to create an access channel to our domestic market for those investors globally who seek high quality Sharia compliant assets, which remains in the domestic market. Not only that, this is all from the domestic side, from the international side as well. The access of the dollar-denominated market for the first time back in 2016, it was the highest volume EM issuance by that time. It was a record issuance, followed by a series of dollar-denominated conventional and Sukuk as well. The access of the euro-denominated market to expand our investor base again. We have also succeeded in 2021 to issue the first negative yield in Saudi Arabia, the biggest size negative yield out of EU, which was a major, I believe, milestone on that front.
Okay, it's interesting because if I look at you classically, you carry a budget surplus and you're known as an oil exporter, but you said something very profound in our pre-interview session, is that it's less about the oil, it's less about the surplus, and it's more about having the 2030 plan, but more importantly, delivering against it. What do you mean by that as a strategy?
First of all, we need to highlight why we are borrowing while we are having the surpluses, and I keep receiving this question day and night. And there are three main reasons why we do that. One is to manage our refinancing. So the borrowing activities that we have executed in the previous year, they are due in certain years, and definitely we need to react or act in a proactive way to ensure that the refinancing for those or the refinancing risk of those maturities are managed well, especially during the rising interest rate environment that we are witnessing today. So this is the first reason, the refinancing. The second, part of our mandate is to establish the government curve, which will be used as a benchmark for other issuers, whether from the public or the private sectors. So it's very important for you to keep ensuring that you are available in that market, whether in domestic or the international, even for limited sizes, to ensure the continuous refresh of the existence curve. The third one, which is something also we have highlighted in our annual borrowing plan related to the expediting of the Vision 2030 projects and programs, by providing the government with financing solutions that are suitable, whether from the public or the private markets, i.e. from the bond and sukuk market or from the government alternative funding such as the project finance, ECA, and so on.
Good. The international demand has been phenomenal. So with you laying the groundwork through the NDMC, it allows private sector or giga projects or any else that's going through development to use that as a benchmark. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, 100%. In fact, we have, speaking about the international market, the last year, for instance, we have issued $5 billion international, which used to be the biggest in terms of size during 2022, which was extremely challenging environment throughout the year. This year, 2023, we have kicked off the year with $10 billion transaction. Again, this is something that is phenomenal to see the back momentum, positive momentum that is witnessed following a very turbulent year, I would say.
What do you credit that with, though, Hani? I'm curious. Why such demand for it, and why did you think you had the scale to roll out at $10 billion?
First of all, and this is back to your point about the surplus. Many links the strong position for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the surplus. However, it is more about the Vision 2030. The Vision 2030 outcomes and deliverables that we are witnessing today demonstrate the government commitment toward achieving those objectives. I'll be extremely honest with you. Our job became much easier to present KSA story to the international community with all the outcomes that we are seeing, not only from the economical or financial reform, but also from the social reforms as well, which is something that even someone on the ground can witness by your own eyes on the development that is occurring in Saudi Arabia. We are known as many know Saudi Arabia as an oil country. However, the government continue to focus on the non-oil activities, new sectors we are investing on that the government never invested on, such as the tourism, the culture, the sports, and entertainment. Those sectors are contributing positively to the GDP. You can see the reforms on a very, very, very high pace, which is something that we do as citizens that we appreciate, and it is something that attracts the focus to Saudi Arabia.
But explain that. I find that fascinating because of the social reforms, the international investors see the change that's taking place here, and this feeds into your bond ratings and demand?
Of course. So away from the sectors that I have explained, we can think about two examples. One is the housing, for instance. We have started the vision. There is a dedicated program within the vision about the housing program. So we have established in 2016 with an ownership level of around 49%. Today, and the target was to reach 60% by 2025. Today, we are exceeding the 62%. Shows one of the social reforms that the visions are delivering. Other example is related to the female participation in the workforce, which again contributes to the non-oil activities and contribute directly and indirectly to our GDP. The baseline for the female participation in 2016 was around 16 or 17%.
I know.
The target was 30% in 2030. Today, as His Excellency the Minister of Finance stated this morning, we are 37%.
Yes.
Which is in line with international standards and shows the government commitment toward those reforms.
Good. Why is it that the major oil exporters are the most confident and most in demand from international investors, though? It's basically KSA and UAE, number 1 and 2 in the debt market. Do you think the wider MENA region will take a lesson or look at the NDMC and say it's a model they should try to support?
Actually, this is something that has been acknowledged by the international community, that the focus for the government is not the oil. Of course, the oil is there, however, it is volatile commodity. It will continue to be volatile. And this is basically the soul of the Vision 2030, is to ensure diversity of our economy. Diversity of our economy means that we need to do more investments toward the non-oil activities in the sectors that I have mentioned previously. Of course, there are arms for the government to execute this, such as the NDF and PIF as well as the central government. All of these efforts combined definitely aims to diversify the economy away from the oil revenues.
Good. If I was going to come in and say I'm going to do a Harvard business case on the NDMC, what would you say is the number one case to have the committee that's supported by the central bank and the Ministry of Finance, but that it has its own vision? What is your lesson as the CEO of this organization today?
Well, definitely. I mean, the pace of transformation for the nation was not something easy. We have transferred the economy from one stage to another in a very, very, very short period of time. I had a chat with one of the international banks, and I was asking, can I have a benchmark for a country that shifted from one phase to another, for us to learn the risks, to learn the lesson learned, etc., etc. The unfortunate answer was none. The closest story was to one of the nations that took 40 years to implement such a transformation plan. There are a number of initiatives that are being handled within the NDMC, but again, the pace and the passion around implementation, those initiatives are tremendous. I will just mention one of the examples, and maybe the Saudis know about our focus toward the saving, for instance, as an initiative. And one of the pillars for the financial sector development program is to enhance the saving culture within the society. We are handling one of those initiatives to ensure that we are introducing saving products to the society. We are progressing on that front, and it should be delivered very soon.
So what would that look like then? Is it in a sukuk form?
Yes, so it will be in the sukuk form. I cannot share much of details, but it will be designed in a way that serves the purpose of saving rather than the purpose of investment.
Good. We don't have too much time, but you look like a young chief executive, if you don't mind me asking your age.
Well, I've been born 1983, so almost
1983, yeah. So that's about the time I was graduating from university.
Great.
So it's a fair question. I wanted to make sure the audience wasn't sleeping, so I'm not speaking out of school here. But it's quite extraordinary to see in this window of time the pace of change. And one of the things I've had conversations with various ministers and the leadership here is how does a country of this size have the bandwidth to move so quickly? So just share from your standpoint, having a committee that was formed in 2015, issuing $10 billion bonds is quite extraordinary. Do you find that it's a race that can be sustained in the transformation to 2030?
Definitely, and we're enjoying the ride so far. What I can share with you that there is this passion, not from myself only, but all my colleagues across different sectors. Back to the age, I think as a society we are enjoying the youth stage. More than 60% of the society, I think, below 35 years old. This shows that we have this young, I would say, energy within our society that can deliver all of these ambitious, and taking into account the risks that exist on the other side, to ensure that we do monitor them and we do have the mitigation plans available and in place.
to deliver on process.
Exactly.
Okay. I thought I had a pretty successful career, but I wasn't CEO of a national debt committee at 40. That's pretty darn good. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for the candor and thanks for the vision that you laid out. It's quite a journey, and I think that's why they wanted to single it out here in a short period of time. Nice round of applause. Hani Al-Madani of the National Debt Management Committee, correct? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I think Tumi's coming back up to wrap it up and lay us out. There you go. This is the benefit of working together because
Well,
we're
exactly.
in sync all the
As
time.
you called, there I appeared. Thank
there
you
you go.
very
Thank
much,
you very
John,
much.
and to His Excellency as well. And with that, we've come to the end of the first day of the Financial Sector Conference here in Riyadh. It's been an absolute pleasure sharing the day with you. Many insights, many lessons to be learned, and I think many interesting questions being asked, which I believe some will be answered on our second day tomorrow. Speaking of second day tomorrow, looking forward to seeing you at 9 a.m. for our first session, which will begin at 9:15. So have a good evening, and I'll see you in the morning. Good night.